Ya. Siapa awak ni? Wah alang tolong.
Sini awak dulu, apa awak cari? Apa awak cari?
Wah nak apa?
Berpeluh-peluh awak ni, Allah.
Udah usah patut tua tu kita main dah.
Wah, itu abang tengok tu sampan tu berbunyi-bunyi. Wah ni tekong. Tekong Tanjung Balai, baru tahu awak. Wah, wah tunjuk. Dia patut amat dia ni awak ni.
Udah usah patut tua tu kita main poting.
Wah. Bergaruk-garuk total awak ni.
Assalamualaikum Pak Wadik satu, izin hadir.
Waalaikumsalam, siap, Bu
Siap,
Ketua.
siap monitor menunggu ya.
Ji, terima kasih udah hadir Bu
Siap,
Ketua.
siap. Makasih
Matur
Pak Wadik
nuwun.
satu,
Ji.
izin. Makasih Rian. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih, Madam.
Ya.
Sama-sama, Madam.
Melayu Punto hendak mengambil si kepah bulog. Tualah hikmat serbakan untuk hikmat budaya pesisir Melayu. Sungguhlah indah si kota Medan. Ay sungguh indah si kota Medan. Sungguhlah indah si kota Medan deh oi. Ibu negeri dari Melayu Delhi. Walau terbentang zaman terbentang, budaya Melayu tetap abadi.
Assalamualaikum Bapak Ibu, selamat siang Bapak Ibu yang sudah berada di Zoom meeting kita ini.
Selamat siang Pak Dekan.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sama-sama Bapak Ibu, ini
Selamat
baru.
siang Pak Dekan.
Ya, selamat siang. Assalamualaikum Pak udah 1.
Waalaikumsalam.
110 baru nih partisipannya.
Ya, semoga sesi kedua ini berjalan lancar Pak Dekan.
Iya betul, amin. Bapak Ibu Kajur, Kaprodi mohon untuk mengarahkan dosen di prodi masing-masing, mengarahkan mahasiswa semester 7 untuk segera bergabung on cam, aktifkan kameranya dan pasang virtual background-nya. Ini kalau kita lihat ini masih yang belakang-belakang banyak yang enggak lancar. Ah iya, ada Pak Miskia ini. Pakai background Pak Miskia. Mohon mahasiswa yang sudah bergabung, ini banyak yang belum on cam, juga banyak yang tidak memasang virtual background-nya. Putra Halamuan, ini Tio Novita.
My E R E R G Y.
Ada Prof. Khairil. Bapak Ibu, kita menunggu pimpinan Unimed bergabung, namun sebelum pimpinan Unimed bergabung, kita siapkan Bapak Ibu. Kita sudah on cam, sudah pakai virtual background. Artinya kita duluan yang siap, Sivitas Akademika Fbs Unimed dulu yang harus siap Bapak Ibu.
Ya, setuju Pak Dekan. Pak Miskia, background sudah saya kirim ke WA Pak Mis. Kalau pakai laptop bisa di-download. Atau Bapak Ibu bisa, kalau belum bisa download di chat ya.
Selamat bergabung Bapak Dekan FE, Pak Haikal,
hatinya takkan senang, dudunya tak tenang, dengar bunyi gendang ini serta berdentang.
Terima kasih Pak Dekan FBS.
Dengan bongko
sama Pak Haikal.
Pak Haikal.
memang cantik, tiba di jemput, sopan sahabat tegurnya, manis senyumannya itu yang menggoda. Aduh kalau berdendang dengan saya di awal, joget tari Melayu dalam senang mengayunkan tari senang.
Pak Dekan FBS tadi ketua lembaga udah hadir lebih duluan tadi, lebih awal tadi.
Tadi apa kata
Pak Ketua LPPMP.
UST ya.
Oh, Ibu Ketua LPPM.
Ya.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum.
Wah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam. Prof Budi,
Budi.
Prof Pak Direktur.
Ya, Pak Direktur.
Sehat Pak
Selamat
Direktur.
bergabung.
Siang, Pak Wahyu.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Selamat bergabung Pak Direktur, Bapak Dekan, Bapak Ibu Dekan yang sudah bergabung.
Dan Assalamualaikum Prof. Pak Dekan.
Menari saja, menari baduo, siapa yang cukup. Nurlela memang cantik, siapa kenal negeri, hati badi cantik. Sopan sahabat tegurnya, manis senyumannya, itu yang menggoda. Aduh, kalau kita lagu dengan sayang, rasa pun awal. Duh, lari-lari, nurlela senang, mengayokan bukan senang.
Selamat bergabung Bapak Ketua Senat.
Suara saya
Buton. Ya,
suara saya jelas Pak Dekan.
sudah jelas,
Oke,
Prof.
baik,
Jelas.
baik.
Jelas Prof.
Oke, yuk.
Nurlela,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you again this late afternoon. Welcome back to the 5th International Seminar on Language, Arts, Literature, and Education, Islale 2023, here virtually, being proudly organized by Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Medan, on November 23rd, 2023. It is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have the Excellency Chairman of the Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan, as well as today's conference keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Dr. Syawal Butom, MPD. The Excellency Rector of Universitas Negeri Medan, Bapak Profesor Dr. Baharudin SMPD, the Honorable all Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Bapak Dr. Julkifli MSN, and all Vices, Bapak Dr. Wahyu Triatmojo MHum, and Ibu Dr. Masitowarni Siregar. The Honorable Distinguished Keynote Speakers, Dr. Esther Tari, DLA from University of PECS, Hungary, Dr. Dina L. Kodi from University of Alexandria, Egypt, Ben Cook, Senior Assessment Manager, English Core from United Kingdom. The Honorable, the Deans and all the Chairpersons of institution in Universitas Negeri Medan, the Honorable Chairperson of today's International Seminar Committee, Ibu Dr. Surya Mutagalung, MPD, and last but not least, of course, to the Honorable guests and presenters, and also moderators, and all the participants who is still on today in this International Seminar on Language, Arts, Literature, and Education. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of our welcome, we proudly present a traditional dance performed by the student of Sanitary Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Medan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tortor Jawan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the further agenda for the documentation, we continue to the photo session. We would like you to be ready on the camera of your screen. Hadirin yang berbahagia, cara berikutnya adalah berfoto bersama. Kami mohon seluruh hadirin untuk mengaktifkan kamera pada layar monitor masing-masing. Next slide. Okay. Yeah, there are still many participants to be participated here. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for everyone. Well, now this is the high time for us to listen to our keynote speakers in the plenary session. Without further ado, now please help me welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Syawal Gultom, MPD. For this occasion, I would like to invite Bapak Indra Hartoyo, SPDM Home, to moderate the session. Well, Bapak Indra Hartoyo, time is yours.
Halo, 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 halo,
Pak Indra masih menggema, Pak Indra.
Iya, menggema Pak ya. Makanya tadi
Udah.
kendala.
Oke.
Halo, Bapak Ibu.
Sekarang
Ya.
tidak
Halo,
lagi.
sudah.
Sudah bagus.
Sudah Pak ya. Oke, oke. Baik. Well, thank you very much to the MC for letting me moderate this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon you, everyone. Well, first, let me then greet some of our, honorable people here. First and foremost, of course, it is our keynote speaker, Professor Syawal Gultom. Hello, Prof.
Halo.
Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Syawal.
Yeah,
Yeah. How are you, Prof?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh, Prof, fine. Okay, good. Well,
Iya, iya.
and then we also like to greet our honorable invited speakers, the rector, the vice rectors, and then the dean, also the vice deans, and all the participants here in this international seminar. We are certainly very grateful to be with Professor Sawal again in this very exclusive seminar, actually. Okay, and certainly we will expect to gain much information concerning the theme of the international seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to use Bahasa Indonesia since we understand that Prof. Sawal always feels convenient to deliver his ideas in Bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, I'm very sorry. Yeah, but it is certainly to meet the needs of many of the participants. Bapak Ibu sekalian, hari ini, sore hari ini, ya kita bertemu kembali di seminar internasional dan sebagai pembicara utama kita, ya Profesor Sawal Gultom, dan saya sebetulnya ini mencoba menebak-nebak ini apa sebetulnya yang akan dibicarakan oleh Prof. Sawal, tapi saya tak berani juga begitu. Ya Prof, kira-kira apa yang kita akan bicarakan sore ini, Prof?
Tapi kita mau bicara MBKM.
Oh, MBKM, Prof. Baik, baik. Jadi fokus kita yang paling utama adalah tentang MBKM. Nanti mungkin dikaitkan juga dengan
bahasa sastra dan seni.
Itu generasi Z.
Iya.
Harusnya penuh karakter itu, Prof ya.
Ya.
Kira-kira begitu, Prof ya.
Ya, siap, siap.
Iya, ya, oke. Baik, Bapak Ibu, kita punya waktu setengah jam ke depan, 30 menit. Jadi kita upayakan menggunakan waktu ini seefektif mungkin. Nah, Bapak Ibu, seperti biasa sambil berjalannya sesi ini, kami tetap membuka chat box ya bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin mengajukan pertanyaan-pertanyaan. Ya, meskipun secara pribadi saya sebetulnya juga sudah mempersiapkan pertanyaan ini, Prof.
Siap.
Ya, baik. Ya, Prof ya. Oleh karena itu, Bapak Ibu, mari kita sama-sama menyimak apa yang akan dipaparkan oleh Prof. Sawal Gultom. Kepada Prof, kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih, Mas Indra Hartoyo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Dekan yang saya hormati, di sini juga ada Pak Direktur kayaknya, ada juga Pak Ketua Lembaga. Tapi yang paling spesial itu adalah Bapak Ibu dosen, Bapak Ibu guru yang ada di Zoom meeting ini. Saya sebagai keynote speaker, saya paham betul Mas Indra Hartoyo kenapa saya ini harus jadi keynote speaker, padahal ini kan soal language, literature, and art. Padahal itu kan bahasa sastra dan seni. Tapi mungkin sebagai Ketua Senat, saya pun mencoba menebak-nebak juga Mas Indra Hartoyo apa yang mestinya diberikan. Ini slide-nya sampai enggak ya Mas Indra? Slide-nya kelihatan enggak?
Jelas, jelas.
Iya, ya Prof, ya Prof, terlihat,
Oke.
Prof.
Oke, baik. Saya nih memang memilih strengthening of MBKM construction towards characterize generation Z. Tapi saya tidak terlalu spesifik amat karena saya takut ini bicara di hadapan ahli-ahli bahasa dan ahli seni. Tapi saya coba begini saja. Saya bicara soal pendidikan, bahasa, seni, dan kebudayaan. Dalam kehidupan ini kita mengenal apa yang disebut dengan interaksi, pengalaman, abstraksi, ekspresi, dan eksistensi. Saya ngomongnya begini dulu lah. Karena saya mencoba pendekatan yang deduktif ini Mas Indra Hartoyo dan Bapak Ibu peserta. Pendekatannya deduktif. Ketika kita berinteraksi sesama manusia, tapi kita juga berinteraksi dengan alam. Kita juga berinteraksi pada Allah, pada Tuhan. Itu hakikatnya manusia. Atas interaksi itu dengan menggunakan pikiran dan perasaan, logika, etika, estetika, dan spiritualitas, saya bisa berusaha mengabstraksi. Hasil abstraksi itu biasanya pengetahuan dan budaya. Tapi pengetahuan dan budaya ini akan menjadi kering bila tidak diekspresikan lewat bahasa, apalagi dibalut seni. Jadi kita akan jenuh ini dengan teknologi-teknologian ini kalau bahasa tertinggal. Betapa kita mencintai dan sangat menghormati, menghargai orang-orang yang nilai sastranya sangat tinggi ketika dia berbicara. Begitu enaknya mengikuti orang yang berbicara itu. Ketika kita bicara, kalau hanya iptek, hidup ini akan kering. Tapi karena ada bahasa dan seni, eksistensi bahasa dan seni itu yang akan menciptakan peradaban. Jadi orang yang beradab itu bila berarti bahasanya kuat dan sastra, teknologinya kuat dan seninya juga kuat. Hanya mereka yang bisa memiliki peradaban. Proses ini semuanya adalah proses apa yang kita sebut dengan enkulturasi atau aktualisasi, dan balik lagi nanti orang melakukan internalisasi lagi. Karena begitu kita abstraksi, kita ekspresi, lalu disosialisasi, dienkulturasi, balik lagi menjadi loop seperti itu. Nah, karena itulah kita dulu menggagas tahun 2011 yang lalu, 2012 yang lalu, bahasa, sastra, dan seni sebagai penghela ilmu pengetahuan. Di K13 itu sangat kental kita kembangkan dulu. Jadi bagaimana bahasa ini di depan untuk menghela, memimpin ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan budaya. Karena itu pula begitu spesifiknya Indonesia, kita bicara waktu itu soal internalisasi bahasa, seni, dan budaya Indonesia. Itu yang mau dipakai diintegrasikan pada program MBKM atau penguatan program MBKM. Tetapi, nah begitu kita bicara spesifik bahasa dan sastra dan seni itu, mestinya kita bicara bagaimana sih bahasa, sastra, dan seni diajarkan untuk semua jenis, jenjang, dan jalur pendidikan. Bisa nggak ya bahwa bahasa ini ternyata spesifik sekali untuk generasi, termasuk generasi Z. Bahasa ternyata juga diperlukan, makanya laras bahasa itu amat sangat diperlukan sesuai profesi, sesuai pekerjaan. Bahkan sesuai lembaga mungkin, bahkan semua sesuai dengan ekonomi, politik, sosial, sesuai dengan demokrasi, sesuai dengan profesi orang, ada yang dewan, ada yang DPR macam itu ternyata mestinya bahasa, desain, strategi belajarnya itu mestinya berbeda. Nah, atas pertimbangan ini pada seminar hari ini menjadi penting saya kira bagi saya untuk membicarakan soal itu yang saya turunkan menjadi bahasa, sastra, dan seni penghelaan. Itu artinya sejak dini ini akan dibaca baik-baik. Menurut saya tidak perlu menggunakan konsep-konsep baru lagi. Undang-Undang Nomor 24 ini cukup menurut saya ini. Bagaimana meningkatkan fungsi bahasa, diturunkan ada PP 57 bahwa bahasa menunjukkan jati diri, dan ada kata kunci daya saing. Dari lima poin yang tentang peningkatan fungsi bahasa, justru saya tertarik yang E ini, upaya lain. Nah, saya melihat upaya lain ini perlu ini. Upaya lain misalnya membuat riset-riset tentang tentang kultur Indonesia, sehingga orang wajib belajar bahasa Indonesia. Nggak perlu kita terjemahkan. Kemarin kita diskusi panjang lebar, skopus atau publikasi yang mengeksplorasi tentang sumber daya mineral Indonesia, lalu ditulis dalam bahasa Inggris. Oh, orang lain menjadi enak banget, tidak perlu datang ke Indonesia. Dia baca-baca hasil skopus saja, sudah bisa dia tahu berapa kandungan mineral, berapa lama dia mencapai top quality-nya, dan seterusnya. Itulah maksud saya, upaya lain yang relevan ini yang perlu kita gagas supaya memberi penguatan pada pendidikan bahasa. Lalu kita lihat Permen Dikbud tentang kebijakan nasionalnya bagaimana. Pengembangan laras bahasa. Saya tertarik itu. Lalu sastra, kemudian pembelajaran bahasa, dan bagaimana sastra meningkatkan mutu apresiasi kita. Jadi belajar sastra itu orang, padahal persoalan negeri ini adalah soal apresiasi. Kita kurang pandai mengapresiasi apa yang dihasilkan atau karya-karya yang dihasilkan sendiri. Karena itu sekarang bicara tentang tiga ini, mulai dari bahasa, sastra, dan seni dalam kerangka pendidikan itu, pertanyaan saya pada seminar ini untuk memantik adalah, apakah MBKM untuk penguatan kualitas bahasa? Jadi program MBKM ini bisa atau tidak menguatkan kualitas bahasa, sastra, dan seni? Atau pendidikan bahasa, pendidikan sastra, pendidikan seni, bisa tidak? Atau justru bahasa, seni, dan sastra akan menguatkan kualitas MBKM. Itu yang mau kita pikirkan baik-baik. Itu yang mau kita formulasikan. Jadi, begitu kita bicara pendidikan sastra, pendidikan bahasa, pendidikan seni, jangan-jangan dia menginspirasi penguatan kualitas MBKM. Tapi seminar yang digagas ini, seminar internasional ini mau bicara penguatan MBKM untuk pendidikan bahasa. Tapi menurut saya dua-duanya harus kita bicarakan. Nah, sekarang apa yang dimaksud dengan penguatan program MBKM? Saya mau menafsirkan tafsir akademik, bukan berarti tafsir saya ini di mana-mana pun kalau tafsir akademik itu basisnya nalar teoritik. Jadi bila tafsir saya ini tidak terlalu harmonis dengan MBKM yang dilaksanakan sekarang, paling tidak saya memberikan perspektif atau view yang berbeda lah. Kenapa saya harus bicara seperti itu? Jadi bagi saya tafsir akademik MBKM itu pertama bicara soal penguatan kualitas lulusan. Kualitas itu hanya dirumuskan dalam dua hal saja, relevansi dan efisiensi. Jadi bila MBKM dibicarakan bukan pada kerangka relevansi, nah itulah yang terjadi sekarang. Bisa terjadi mahasiswanya mengambil 10 atau 20 SKS yang sama sekali tidak ada kaitannya dengan prodinya. Apalagi ini diselenggarakan secara nasional, terus mahasiswanya ambil di level nasional, dia lulus, tadinya di sini sudah ambil 20 SKS, dia tinggalkan begitu aja untuk mengikuti program MBKM itu. Nah, itulah kalau MBKM-nya tidak dirancang melembaga di prodi. Yang kedua, MBKM itu harus diletakkan pada paradigma mendekatkan kampus dengan stakeholder, program kemitraan, tapi tetap relevan dengan kaidah-kaidah yang diterapkan di prodi. Yang ketiga adalah sarana pusat penguatan integrasi bangsa. Kalau saya itu saya kira penting. Nah, saya ingin mengatakan ini tafsirnya karena itu berarti jangan diselenggarakan mestinya MBKM itu secara sentral nasional belum dirancang di prodi. Jadi seluruh mahasiswa yang akan mengambil program MBKM itu melekat pada desain terintegrasi dan terpadu di prodi dalam kerangka outcome based education, outcome based curriculum, outcome based learning, and outcome based assessment. Artinya bila kompetensi lulusan yang berkenaan belum dirancang di prodi untuk diambil di luar prodi, di perguruan tinggi lain atau di luar kampus, itu harus jelas dulu dirumuskan di prodi. Kompetensi apa yang membackup? Jangan sama sekali nggak berhubungan dengan di prodi, lalu diusahakan untuk dikonversi. Menurut saya itu sesat, sangat sesat. Yang kedua, pastikan apa sih output produk PBL dan PJBL yang mau dicapai nanti di luar, di prodi lainkah, di luar kampus, atau di masyarakat. Bila output itu tidak bisa dipastikan sebagai produk PBL dan PJBL, saya kira tidak terlalu banyak manfaatnya dia mengambil ke prodi lain, atau ke kampus lain, atau di masyarakat. Yang ketiga, pastikan konten dan resource yang bisa dipakai mahasiswa untuk di kampus lain atau di masyarakat. Yang keempat, pastikan bahwa learning activities-nya, teaching learning prosesnya itu memang terpadu di prodi, bukan mahasiswanya asal ambil begitu. Yang kelima, assessment-nya juga jelas. Lo sekarang mahasiswa pergi ngambil MBKM, terus dia balik ke prodi dan minta dia dikonversi, ya nggak bisa. Nggak bisa, karena tidak melekat. Nanti terjadi seperti yang di perguruan tinggi A yang tak perlu saya sebutkan, mahasiswanya ngambil di luar 20 SKS, lalu memang diakui, tapi tidak bisa menjadi pengurang jumlah SKS yang harus ditempuh, tapi malah menambah. Contoh, menjadi lulusan S1 di perguruan tinggi tersebut 151 SKS, oke? 151. Dalam pikiran mahasiswa, bila dia mengambil 20 di perguruan tinggi lain, di sini hanya tinggal 131. Perguruan tinggi tersebut tidak mau seperti itu. Dia mengambil 20 di tempat lain, diakui, tapi ditulis di transkrip nilainya menjadi 171 SKS. Jadi tidak bisa 20 SKS yang berbeda dengan misi prodi, yang berbeda dengan kurikulum prodi, mengurangi SKS yang ada di prodi. Karena yang 20 SKS ini nggak ada hubungannya dengan 151 di prodi. Itu maksud saya, tafsir saya tentang MBKM. Jadi kalau tidak dirumuskan baik-baik di prodi sejak dini, jangan mahasiswa mengambil itu di tempat manapun. Coba bandingkan sekarang lintasannya dengan apa yang dirancang nasional. Ini MK di luar prodi 1 semester, kegiatan di luar PT 2 semester. Lalu dibuat magang bersertifikat, studi independen, mengajar di kampus. Anak saya itu mengajar di salah satu kampus, padahal dia jurusan kimia. Waktu bertemu dengan Bu Paris waktu itu ditanya sama anak saya, apakah ini dikonversi nanti? Iya. Tahu-tahu balik ke kampus anak saya diakui cuma 3 SKS, dianggap KKN saja. Coba bayangkan itu. Gimana tafsir seperti ini MBKM kita yang kita kerjakan itu? Coba. Harusnya semua kegiatan ini tadi, ini, 8 ini dirancang di prodi. Dan harus betul-betul membackup kompetensi yang sudah ditetapkan di prodi. Mau ambil dimanapun silakan. Kalau persoalan mahasiswa ingin belajar hal-hal lain di luar adu prodinya, silakan aja mandiri. Tapi jangan sampai dia tamat sebagai lulusan yang tidak relevan. Karena itu saya menggarisbawahi untuk apa MBKM dilakukan supaya lulusan itu semakin relevan dengan dunia kerjanya. Sesuai dengan kapasitas prodinya. Jangan sekali-sekali menggunakan contoh. Ada orang katanya tidak belajar tentang komputer tapi bisa bikin Gojek misalnya. Itu kan bukan fenomena nasional. Itu kan boleh dikatakan kasus yang sangat spesifik. Masa iya kasus yang sangat spesifik dipakai untuk merancang program pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia? Wah, itu yang keliru. Jadi kalau bukan untuk mendekatkan lulusan pada dunia kerja yang relevan dengan prodinya, nggak perlu ada MBKM. Nggak perlu ada MBKM. Kalau bukan mendekatkan kampus dengan stakeholdernya sesuai dengan prodinya, untuk apa MBKM? Kalau bukan MBKM ini menjalin integrasi nasional bangsa, untuk apa MBKM? Jadi paradigmanya dari mana mau berangkat MBKM itu saya katakan tadi tafsir akademik. Betapapun tafsir yang saya ajukan ini misalnya tidak terlalu relevan dengan ini yang sekarang berjalan, saya ingin mengatakan, saya memberi perspektif baru tentang ini supaya kita perbaiki MBKM ini. Itu gunanya Fbs buat seminar ini. Akan ada perbaikan MBKM ke depan. Dia terintegrasi langsung program itu di prodinya dalam kerangka outcome based education, outcome based curriculum, outcome based learning, dan outcome based assessment. Pastikan yang 5 ini, kalau mahasiswa mau mengambil program MBKM, dimanapun dia akan mengambil 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jadi berangkat mahasiswa MBKM, betul-betul sudah paham apa yang mau dipelajarinya di kampus lainkah itu namanya, prodi lainkah namanya. Nah sekarang atas penguatan program MBKM itu, menurut saya Unimed perlu standar entry level MBKM itu, misalnya kalau bahasa UKBI atau standar lainnya. Kalau tidak diintegrasikan standar bahasa pada program MBKM, karena akan magang bersertifikat, akan studi independen, bagaimana mereka mau melaporkan itu dengan baik kalau kapasitas entry level bahasanya nggak memadai? Pastikan standar proses penyelenggaraan untuk mengintegrasikan nilai bahasa dan sastra dan seni. Dan pastikan bahwa standar output outcome seluruh program MBKM itu memenuhi kaidah-kaidah kebahasaan. Supaya laporannya itu betul-betul. Karena itu, bila seorang mahasiswa tidak memenuhi standar entry level MBKM, sebenarnya dia nggak boleh ikut MBKM itu. Program itu tidak akan memberikan apa-apa bagi mahasiswa yang entry levelnya tidak sampai. Karena itu saya mengajukan bahwa kita perlu bicara tentang dosen dan guru yang akan mengasuh MBKM itu. Saya mengatakan redefining Indonesian professional standard for guru dan dosen. Itu kata kuncinya. Bila kita tidak mulai dari situ, saya kira tidak akan berhasil. Oleh karena itu coba dilihat. Ini dulu 10 kompetensi dasar guru. Kita kritisi karena tidak komprehensif. Lalu muncul undang-undang guru dan dosen. Ini pun tidak memadai. Menurut saya redefine-nya harus seperti ini. Jadi berangkat tentang value, attitude, skill, dan knowledge. Hard set, mindset, skill set, dan tool set sebagai dosen bahasa, dosen seni sudah harus kita pertanyakan. Kemudian literasi dari dosen itu tentang bahasa manusia, artificial intelligence, dan seterusnya. Tetapi saya mengajukan selalu harus betul-betul programmer dan coder di bidangnya. Mereka yang bisa mengasuh bagaimana bahasa ini betul-betul bisa menghela ilmu pengetahuan dan kita bisa memperbaikinya MBKM secara komprehensif. Terima kasih Mas Indra Hartoyo. Namanya juga memantik, tak perlu lama.
Ya. Betul Prof, betul. Ya, terima kasih Prof. Ini pemantik tapi saya pikir tidak sembarang pemantik ini Prof. Ya, karena ada tafsir akademik baru ini yang disampaikan. Dan justru ini yang kita butuhkan sebetulnya karena kadang-kadang bisa saja itu terjadi multi tafsir di mana-mana lalu berbeda persepsi dan akhirnya kemudian ya pun berbeda-beda. Nah, ini saya pikir juga jadi satu alternatif bagi kita Bapak Ibu ya, bahwa memang kita membutuhkan tafsir akademik ini. Saya harus mengatakan bahwa paling tidak 3 hal yang dikatakan Prof. Sawal tadi sebagai tafsir kita ini bisa jadi nanti panduan kita dalam implementasi MBKM di kampus kita di Universitas Negeri Medan, dan bila perlu ini kita memang harus share, kita bagikan juga ke universitas-universitas lainnya. Jadi secara spesifik tadi Prof. Sawal mengatakan bahwa MBKM ini harus ditafsirkan sebagai upaya untuk penguatan kualitas lulusan. Kemudian ini juga harus menjadi cara untuk bagaimana kita mendekatkan universitas perguruan tinggi dengan dunia kerja, stakeholder, ya. Dan yang ketiga, ini saya pikir juga sangat penting, yaitu MBKM harus menjadi sarana integrasi. Wah, ini sarana pemersatu kita sebagai bangsa. Nah, oleh karena itu Bapak Ibu ya, kami membuka sesi tanya jawab. Tadi pemantik sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Sawal, dan di sini saya lihat sudah ada pertanyaan sebetulnya dari Dr. Agus. Ini saya bacakan sedikit Prof ya.
Siap.
Iya, kita hidup di era industri 4.0. Nah, ini kata Pak Agus ya, di mana manusia telah mampu menciptakan mesin cerdas atau AI. Nah, bahkan kecerdasan melebihi penciptanya sendiri. Nah, era AI yang mengintervensi kehidupan manusia sehingga banyak pekerjaan manusia diambil alih oleh mesin. Ya. Nah, lalu ini ada pertanyaan begini, Prof. Bagaimana masa depan lulusan PT menghadapi era tersebut? Ada banyak ini pertanyaan Pak Agus ini, beruntun. Ya, bagaimana profesi guru bahasa dan seni di masa depan? Dan bagaimana kurikulum MBKM tetap relevan dengan era industri 4.0? Kira-kira begitu, Prof.
Baik. Jadi saya jawab ini Pak Moderator, Adinda Hartoyo.
Ya, silakan Prof.
Ya.
Silakan langsung saja, Prof.
Di awal statement saya ingin mengatakan bahwa artificial intelligence will not replace human. Jadi dalam segala hal, secanggih apapun artificial intelligence ini dibuat membantu orang, dia bisa melebihi kemampuan rutin bekerja dari yang menciptakan. Bahkan mungkin dari orang lain dia bisa melebihi itu, apa yang disebut dengan machine learning itu. Tapi dia tetap harus diciptakan oleh manusia. Nggak bisa artificial intelligence mencipta sendiri gitu, nggak bisa. Dia tetap, makanya dia nggak bisa menggantikan manusia. Maka pada prinsipnya artificial intelligence itu harus kita terima berdampingan dengan kita bekerja. Itu dulu. Jangan tidak mau menerima artificial intelligence itu untuk berdampingan. Saya udah bilang, kalau nanti kita jalan-jalan ke Jerman, di pabrik VW yang di Jerman itu, teknisinya itu ada orang, sampingnya itu robot artificial intelligence, orang lagi, artificial intelligence lagi. Jadi udah berdampingan. Dan mereka udah terbiasa saja berkawan dengan artificial intelligence ini. Oleh karena itu kalau ditanya, bagaimana masa depan lulusan PT menghadapi era tersebut? Siapkan diri untuk bekerja berdampingan dengan AI. Bagaimana saya mau bisa berdampingan dengan AI, Pak? Orang saya nggak paham. Itulah sebabnya tanpa kecuali program studi apapun, seni, bahasa, dan sastra, itu wajib mengintegrasikan AI. Baik proses maupun menentukan hasil. Jadi, siapa yang paham sekarang untuk mengendorse apa yang disebut dengan AI nanti di depan? Ke depan nanti, begitu penjelasannya itu penjelasan yang rutin-rutin dan tidak memerlukan unsur pendidikan, itu udahlah kita suruh robot kita saja. Tapi begitu saya mau mengamati apakah penghayatan dari mahasiswa saya ini terhadap ucapannya, bahasanya, terhadap seninya, penghayatannya, itu robot nggak akan bisa. Di situ dosen yang harus tampil. Jadi kalau ditanya saya, bagaimana masa depan lulusan PT? Ya siapkan diri untuk berdampingan. Bagaimana perguruan tinggi, profesi guru dan dosen menghadapi MBKM? Guru dan dosen bersiap-siaplah untuk mengatur pembagian kerja yang harmonis antara diri kita dengan AI nanti kelak suatu saat. Hal-hal yang dijelaskan secara rutin tidak memerlukan pengamatan tentang penghayatan, karena robot tidak bisa mengamati sorot mata. Itu memang harus dihadirkan oleh dosennya. Apresiasi yang mendalam tentang sesuatu, tentang bahasa, itu nggak bisa dilakukan oleh robot. Jadi kita mempersiapkan diri, kurikulum MBKM akan tetap relevan dengan era industri 4.0 bila dosennya satu, paham, berdampingan untuk menggunakan artificial intelligence. Kalau begitu, dosennya itu yang saya bilang tadi, coder. Kalau dosen kita ini tidak coder, tidak programmer, amat sangat susah memahami bagaimana mengendorse artificial intelligence pada proses perkuliahan kita nanti, pada proses penilaian kita, dan seterusnya. Itu menurut saya tetap artificial intelligence itu memang adalah ciptaan orang. Makanya saya bilang tadi, artificial intelligence will not replace teacher, will not replace dosen. Tetapi dosen yang tidak mengerti artificial intelligence will be replaced. Sudah gitu aja. Jadi kalau nggak ngerti artificial intelligence dan tak paham bekerja sama dengan AI, udahlah jangan jadi dosen lagi nanti di masa depan. Belum lah kalau tahun depan belum. Ini masih sekian tahun lagi ke depan. Nah, itu jawaban saya, Mas Indra Hartoyo. Terima kasih.
Iya, Prof. Ya, Prof. Menarik itu, Prof. Ya. Jadi memang, tapi tahun depan belum, Prof ya?
Belum.
Oke, jadi sebenarnya kita masih menunggu momen yang paling tepat untuk itu. Tapi yang pasti bahwa Prof, untuk bisa ya, hidup di masa depan itu, terutama generasi kita sekarang, ya, ini semua harus dipersiapkan. Itu kata kuncinya, Prof ya. Harus dipersiapkan, bukan dipaksakan seperti misalnya transformasi digital kemarin. Bahwa kita karena COVID kita terpaksa, ya semua orang terpaksa.
Jangan begitu, nggak bisa.
Iya.
Nggak akan berhasil. Gagal.
Ya, berhasil atau gagal mungkin harus perlu penelitian lebih lanjut. Tetapi yang terjadi adalah bahwa transformasi itu ada dan bisa kita lihat, gitu, Prof ya.
Iya. Ya.
Meskipun dalam situasi terpaksa gitu.
Ya.
Oke, jadi kata kuncinya begitu, Pak Agus, bahwa semua harus dipersiapkan, dan ketika kita harus mempersiapkan itu, maka tidak ada sektor yang berdiam diri, semua harus bergerak, kira-kira begitu. Pak Agus, apakah bisa ditangkap tadi?
Ya, bisa. Terima kasih.
Oke, Pak Agus, ya. Atau ada mungkin pertanyaan lanjutan?
Dr. Agus, artinya gini, sekali lagi, supaya kita bisa siap untuk berdampingan dengan AI. Nggak ada lagi nanti dosen sendirian di ruang kelas. Semua dosen kita nanti, asistennya dia pasti AI. Walaupun itu lewat jaringan, lewat ini. Jadi kesiapan itu. Untuk bisa bekerja sama dengan AI, harus mengerti proses penciptaan AI-nya di bidang kita masing-masing. Saya kalau mau bekerja sama dengan Pak Dr. Agus itu kan, saya pahami Dr. Agus, saya selami hatinya, saya mengerti latarnya, saya bisa memahami bahasa tubuhnya. Kira-kira sama dengan artificial intelligence itu nanti. Jadi kita pahami bagaimana artificial intelligence dalam seni. Bagaimana artificial intelligence diciptakan untuk membantu proses seni. Nah, itu memang pemahaman itu yang harus dimiliki oleh dosen kita ke depan. Makanya kalau nggak bisa bahasa Inggris, bagaimana mau memahami itu masalahnya. Kadang-kadang bahasa Inggris pun kita paham sekarang ini. Apalagi bahasa teknologi, bahasa digital. Nah, itulah tantangan kita sebenarnya. Tantangan kita ada dua, literasi bahasa dan literasi teknologi. Itu dia. Sudah itu memang kapasitas kita belajar nggak terlatih. Jadi kita ini bukan triple L, bukan lifelong learner. Nah, jadi hal-hal yang standar sekali memang ini. Tapi tak ada yang sulit sebetulnya. Apalagi macam Dr. Agus memahami di bidang seninya, AI di seni, pasti Dr. Agus bisa. Jadi sehebat apapun orang yang menciptakan AI itu tetap harus diciptakan orang. Yang penting kita memang supaya tidak hanya user, yaitu kita harus codernya, harus programmernya itu. Tidak mudah memang. Tapi saya yakin yang dosen-dosen muda bisa. Gitu, Mas Indra Hartoyo.
Ya, Prof. Baik, Prof. Terima kasih. Ya, Pak Agus, apakah ada pertanyaan lanjutan atau sudah cukup?
Cukup. Terima kasih.
Baik. Terima kasih, Pak Agus. Bapak Ibu yang lain dipersilakan apabila ada pertanyaan ataupun mungkin sumbang saran juga dalam diskusi ini, silakan kalau ada.
Atau pembicara yang berikutnya lah Mas Hartoyo, kan namanya memang.
Oh iya, betul, Prof. Kita masih punya waktu sebetulnya beberapa menit, Prof. Dan saya juga punya pertanyaan ini, Prof.
Oke.
Jadi begini Prof, pertanyaannya
Ya.
sebetulnya terkait dengan mungkin ada kaitannya dengan Gen Z nanti ini Prof ya.
Ya, oke.
Karena bagaimanapun Gen Z
Kalau
itu
Gen Z itu kita sepakati yang kira-kira lahirnya
lahir
2000.
tahun 2000 ya Prof.
Ya, 2000-an ya.
Lahir sekitar tahun 2000 ya Prof.
2000.
Dan mereka itu pasti akan menjadi bagian dari limpahan bonus demografi kita
Ya.
ke depan. Ini memang kita harus melihat ini dalam sisi yang lain karena apa yang saya lihat sejauh ini dan saya amati bahwa pemerintah itu masih sibuk dengan kebijakan-kebijakan terkait untuk ini Prof ya, mempersiapkan tenaga kerja.
Ya.
Jadi saya lihat lebih cenderung ke sana, bagaimana mereka itu nanti siap bersaing di dunia kerja. Tapi sebetulnya ketika pemerintah itu bersiap-siap untuk katakanlah menggenjot ini sumber daya supaya betul-betul produktif dan juga kompetitif, sumber atau sentra-sentra pengembangan sumber daya ini sendiri kan sebetulnya harus dikembangkan gitu, Prof.
Yes.
Nah, sambil ini berjalan, mengapa kemudian pemerintah tidak melihat bahwa ke depan atau pada tahun 2030, maaf, ya oke, pada tahun 2030 atau 2045, justru Indonesia bukan hanya menjadi penghasil tenaga kerja yang kompetitif itu, tapi menjadi sentra pencetak tenaga kerja yang mungkin bisa punya nilai pasar di kawasan. Nah, ini kan juga saya pikir perlu digarap oleh pemerintah. Nah, kebijakan itu jangan hanya melihat limpahan bonus demografi yang intinya hanya memanfaatkan, tetapi juga menjadikan kita sebagai salah satu center of excellence yang bisa dibidik oleh pasar-pasar di luar, gitu, Prof. Bagaimana kira-kira menurut Prof?
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi kan kita terjebak memang menerjemahkan bahwa lulusan perguruan tinggi ini siap menjadi tenaga kerja. Oleh karena itu, kita selalu bicara memang paling banyak tentang berapa lama dapat pekerjaan. Nah, berapa sih gaji pertama? Nah, padahal kan mestinya seperti yang sering saya katakan, perguruan tinggi ini pertama ditanya itu lulusannya untuk menilai apakah perguruan tinggi ini berkualitas atau tidak. Mestinya kan kebijakannya itu adalah berapa banyak yang dihasilkan itu menjadi wirausaha. Mestinya pertanyaan pertama kan itu. Nah, karena itu tadi disinggung soal kebijakan. Generasi Z yang sekarang ini kan generasi yang boleh dikatakan punya kekhasan sendiri, baik style belajar maupun cita-cita yang betul-betul mereka inginkan dambakan di masa depan. Nah, memang kebijakan tentang pengembangan SDM harus seiring sejalan dengan potensi bangsa, potensi negara. Misalnya begini, kalau saya amati kayak di Jerman itu sudah dipetakan bahwa orang yang akan menempati bidang akademik, ilmuwan, profesi dan vokasi itu sudah dipetakan. Sehingga orang di kelas 7 saja sudah tahu persis dia itu akan menekuni bidang akademika, vokasikah, atau profesikah. Nah, kebijakan yang nasional seperti itu mengeluarkan apa yang disebut dengan pemetaan SDM secara nasional. Pemetaan SDM yang secara nasional itu berapa yang diorientasikan menjadi ahli, inovator, berapa yang diorientasikan bekerja di level menengah ke bawah sebagai vokasi, berapa yang di profesi, itu memang seiring sejalan dengan potensinya dia. Sehingga orang dididik di jalurnya disiapkan, baik itu nanti sebagai inovator, baik untuk bidang akademik, baik di vokasi, sudah betul-betul menjadi ada master plan nasionalnya. Kita kan nggak punya seperti itu. Peta SDM kita yang diiringi oleh peta sumber daya alam itu nggak punya, sehingga peta SDM dengan peta pendidikan, peta perguruan tinggi dan jenis pendidikannya diikuti oleh sumber daya alam kita kan nggak punya. Dulu pernah kita bicara MP3I, jadi master plan-nya itu dibuat, tapi kan peta SDM-nya juga nggak keluar. Yang keluar itu adalah peta potensi sumber daya alam yang memetakan 6 potensi pembangunan Indonesia. Sentra apa yang ada di Sumatera, sentra apa yang ada di Jawa, dia itu sudah lumayan, tapi tidak diikuti dengan peta SDM-nya. Nah, karena itu memang kalau kita tidak mengubah strategi ini, saya takut bahwa Indonesia emas 2045 itu nggak ada. Jadi harus dari sekarang kita ubah kebijakan ini. Jadi ini sudah di level kebijakan memang. Itu makanya
Iya.
seminar ini tadi saya giring dengan hal yang deduktif. Saya bicara secara utuh dulu, apa itu
Iya.
bahasa dan sastra, apa itu seni, apa itu kebudayaan. Sampai pada proses enkulturasi. Sehingga peran bahasa dan seni itu semakin menguat. Karena memang dialah yang memimpin peradaban itu di depan. Bagaimana kita mau berpolitik dan berdemokrasi dengan baik kalau tidak dipimpin di depan oleh kemampuan berbahasa yang mumpuni. Hal-hal seperti itu yang kita lupakan. Jadi menurut saya betul ini Mas Indra Hartoyo, udah di level kebijakan ini kita harus bicara, harus kita perbaiki di level kebijakan. Karena kalau tidak kita akan kehilangan momentum dari generasi Z ini. Kita akan kehilangan momentum tentang apa yang kita sebut dengan apa yang kita
Bonus
sebut dengan
demografi.
bonus demografi itu. Jadi saya takut bonus demografi itu nggak memberikan apa-apa untuk kita. Karena apa? Karena kebijakan yang tidak mendukung.
Kebijakannya.
Gitu.
Iya.
Itu menurut saya.
Ya, Prof.
Baik.
Sepakat saya, Prof. Memang ini harus dilihat dari helikopter view, Prof, ya.
Ya.
Jadi bukan hanya pada sisi bonus demografi yang kemudian ini seolah-olah menjadi peluang, tapi bisa jadi juga ancaman gitu, Prof, ya. Nah, jadi pengelolaan itu memang tergantung pada bagaimana kebijakan yang dibuat oleh policy maker itu. Ya, meskipun saya tetap bermimpi kalau bisa kita itu bisa meletakkan posisi kita di antara negara-negara sekawasan. Itu yang saya lihat Indonesia harus dipandang sebagai salah satu negara yang menjadi tujuan pengembangan sumber daya manusia ke depannya itu, Prof. Ya, selain dari Singapura ataupun juga Malaysia. Baik, Bapak Ibu, saya pikir ini sudah pukul 2.14, memang waktunya kita untuk mengakhiri ya sesi dengan Prof. Sawal ini, dan meskipun singkat saya yakin ini padat sekali dengan ilmu karena Pak Sawal ini orangnya bukan hanya knowledgeable tapi juga informatif. Oke, terima kasih banyak Prof. Sawal.
Sama-sama.
Sehat-sehat selalu. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua yang sudah mengikuti sesi bersama keynote speaker kali ini ya. Saya kembalikan kepada MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof.
Ya. Terima kasih Prof. Sawal.
Sama-sama Pak Edi satu. Pak Dekan. Ya.
Thank you, Bapak Hartoyo, for moderating this session. And last but not least, of course, our big thanks to our great speakers, Professor Sawal, for sharing key concepts and practical ideas in such an interesting way in the seminar. Well, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to listen to our next keynote speakers. Without further ado, now please help me welcome Dina El-Kordi from Egypt. And for this occasion, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Elvi Syahrin to moderate this session. Well, Ibu Syahrin, time is yours.
Hello, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Sila, our Honorable Rector of Unimed, our distinguished international speakers, and all presenters and participants of the 5th Islale 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be assisting as one of moderator in the 5th Islale 2023. I'm Elvi Syahrin. I will be moderating Dr. Dina El-Kordi, our distinguished speaker today. Dr. Dina will be presenting Learning Compass of 2030, in which she explores different types of skill needed in 2030. Tak kenal maka tak sayang. That's why before we welcome Dr. Dina to present her paper, I would like to underline promptly her short biodata. Dr. Dina El-Kordi has been the certificated interpreter in Kudo, Interact, IO, and Abilio platform. She is a full-time faculty member at the Faculty of Letters of the University of Alexandria, Egypt. Having taken her PhD in translation, she is currently a conference interpreter of Arabic, French, and English, especially in teaching French as foreign language and teaching French in specific purposes. She is also trainer in technologies of translation. In doing her profession as interpreter, Dr. Dina employs various tools. Among them are CIT tools, CAI tools, RSI tools, including in translating the movie subtitle. In her professional teaching and translation, she has contributed her work as interpreter and speakers in various conferences, such as in University of Francophonie, University of Senghor, Organization of Women Development affiliated with Islamic Organization and Cooperation, in which most of the events taken place in Egypt, Europe, and now in East Asia. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Dina El-Kordi. We invite cordially Dr. Dina, please.
Yes, thank you, my dear, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My presentation will be in English. The English is my third language because my first language is Arabic, the second is French, and the third is English. So I will try to speak in English. Okay, in my presentation. I am very happy to be with you in this seminar, is the international seminar, and this seminar, this program, we are talking about is very interesting, and I think I will have the same programs in Egypt. So for me, I will talk to you, or I will speak with you on what we are in need, or what we need for the for 2030, the skills and all the needs and all the ICT that the knowledge that we should learn to 2030. I will begin my presentation with this figure. This figure, it's for the OECD Learning Compass 2030, the Organization for Economic and Cooperation Development. This organization had published this compass for 2030, and all we need and all the skills that the students must have for 2030. And we are talking about now. Okay, the skills for 2030, we have the cognitive and metacognitive skills, which include critical thinking, creative thinking, learning to learn, and self-regulation. And we have social and emotional skills, which include empathy, self-efficacy, responsibility, and collaboration. Practical and physical skills, which include using new information and communication technology devices. For the cognitive skills, these thinking strategies that enable to use the language, the numbers, the reasoning, and acquired knowledge, they comprise verbal, non-verbal, and higher order thinking skills. Okay, metacognitive skills include learning to learn skills and the ability to recognize one's knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. And we must have, all of us, all these cognitive skills. After that, the social and emotional skills are a set of individual capacities that can be manifested in constant patterns of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that enable people to develop themselves, cultivate their relationships at home, school, work, and in the community, and exercise their civil responsibilities. And the physical skills are a set of abilities to use physical tools, operations, and functions. And they include manual skills, such as the ability to use information and communication technology devices. Okay. Abuzur and Lewis and Tooley, the three authors, completed a study that supported this social foundation of transfer, and we have to transfer all this knowledge and all these skills. And we have this program in Indonesia concerning the which is about program. In which we can transfer all the skills and the student can support from colleagues and address to guidelines helps students transfer their skills from the classroom to the workspace. About also the skills for 2030, we have the reinforcement, which is an important component of transfer, as without it, students and employees may perceive that the transfer is not valued. And the educators in the universities and in the schools can help beginners apply routine skills such as information processing in a range of unfamiliar and loosely defined situations that will help learners practice applying their knowledge and skills in different ways. Some research has been conducted on the transfer of knowledge and skills, which it can be using the plays role, and project-based learning, which is PBL. The students can create their own project all over the semester, all over the month, for example. And because we in Indonesia or here, for example, for me, I am in Egypt, I am in a bilingual education, so I can see and I can say that within a bilingual education or a student learning in bilingual education, like you and like me, they find that bilingual language instruction helps students perform better in reading skills in both languages, also in writing skills, in bilingual programs, and in sharing all the knowledge. Concerning the cognitive skills, we are talking about the creativity and critical thinking, which are needed to find solution to complex problems. And we can talk now about the AI and about the artificial intelligence, because all the things now have been automated, or the routine work or the repetitive calculating, typing, sorting, and production tasks have been automated. Now, we have here a figure concerning the changing prevalence of types of tasks required for work overtime, for example, from 1960 to 209, for example. And concerning the AI, concerning Dr. Swali, I didn't understand anything from here, his intervention. Which I understood that the AI cannot replace the human, and I am with you that the artificial intelligence can do most of things now, but we have the problem now, or we are convinced that the AI cannot replace the human or the teachers or whatever. Although we have now more applications that can do or work as the teachers. I can speak to the application and he can answer me, and he can do now the homework and all of this, but I am convinced that the artificial intelligence cannot replace the human. But we can now find that the AI appears less likely to replace jobs that require creativity, and we have this. And in order to adapt to current trends in technology, many workers and future learners will need to acquire creative skills. Critical thinking includes inductive and deductive reasoning, making correct analysis, inference, and evaluation. And we have many components of metacognition, which become increasingly important as children enter secondary school, where reasoning, regulation, and reflection become more integral to the curriculum. As digital technologies are adopted in the workplace and in the work now, acquiring and maintaining a set of digital skills is becoming increasingly important for the vast majority of workers. The OECD forces employment in ICT industries, increasing as advances in smart grid technology reshapes the management of energy systems, infrastructure, and transportation. And according to the European Commission, the demand for workers with special digital skills is already growing by about 4% each year, which means that the students now have to be educated to use information and communication technology and all the technology skills. And we have here, for example, the emerging jobs. For example, I know that we don't have here the art and literature students which are graduated from Faculty of Arts like me, for example, but I will talk to of this point literally. I can do, which I can say now that the students in the university should have 10 skills to be successful. First of all, the adaptive thinking, because in the digital age, things are changing to exponential rates. By the time employees learn the newest software or program, a better version is coming about. Future employers will need to continuously adapt to changing conditions as well as be able to learn the new things quickly and efficiently. So here is the link of learning agility is a course, or it's an online course which can be found on LinkedIn. It's a social or a professional social media concerning the adaptive thinking. The second skill which we should have is the communication skills, because in the digital age, however, we have access to a wide variety of new ways to communicate, from video conferencing to social media. Future employers need to be able to communicate with people within their team as well as people outside of the team and organization, because it's very important, the communication skills. And I have found, for example, in my country, in Egypt, that we have a lot of students which are who are graduated from Faculty of Arts, from the other faculties or universities, and they have a very big problem with the communication skills. And now we are trying to improve the curriculums in the universities and in the schools, but there is a gap in the communication skills and in the adaptive thinking and in all the new methods. The collaborative skills, future employees will need to quickly adapt to a culture of collaboration. They will need to collaborate with others within and outside of the organization, and it's a big gap concerning the curriculums that we have in schools and universities and the needs of the market after that. For example, I am talking about my country, so the students are trying to have more courses after the programs that they have achieved in the collaboration skills, in the thinking problems solving, and other courses. We have the critical thinking and problem solving skills. There is a decreased emphasis on employers following directions, and an increased emphasis on employers thinking critically and solve problems. In a rapidly changing world, employers need employees who can solve problems, provide ideas, and help improve the organization, which is not found at all. For example, Personal management, it's a skill that this includes the ability for employers to independently plan, organize, create, execute, rather than wait for someone to do this for them. And this is all the courses that we can find on LinkedIn. Inquiry skills. The large majority of academic assessments ask students for answers, and that we have to do with our students. But it's rarely do we assess students on how well they can ask questions. The ability to ask great questions, however, is a critical skill that is desperately needed in a culture which requires constant innovations. And we have an online course on LinkedIn concerning asking great questions. Technology skills. In the digital age, technology is everywhere. Schools, however, have been slow to adapt to this change. Rarely are students required or taught to learn the technology efficiently. This needs to be emphasized, and it's very important for students now in the universities and in the schools. But because we have now the applications which use artificial intelligence, and we can ask the application, and the application will answer us, and we will have the response. But the problem is I don't know how to use the application, how to write, for example, a paper on Word, or for example a presentation on PowerPoint. This is a big problem that we have, for example, with our students in my country. The students are depending on the artificial intelligence applications, and they are depending on their mobile phone, and after that they don't have any technology skills, which is a skill that we must have now for work after the graduation or even in the university. We have the creativity and innovation. It's a skill that it's very needed now, because employers will be looking to employees more and more for creative and innovative solutions to issues that exist. And this is the difference between creativity and innovation. Because, for example, the innovation, we have to start with idea, process, development, inspiration, growth, vision, and creativity to have the innovation methods in the end. And we have also the soft skills, and the soft skills are not very taught in our universities, for example, in our school. For example, schools rarely spend the time teaching students soft skills, including skills such as time management skills, organizational skills, the ability to look someone in the eyes when talking to them, or using a firm handshake, for example. But we have to learn this in our programs, in our syllabus. And this is a figure concerning the top 10 soft skills that the students now must have to go to the market after that to work: the communication, the self-motivation, the leadership, the responsibility, the teamwork, problem solving, decisiveness, ability to work under pressure and time management, the flexibility and negotiation and conflict resolution. And the last one is the empathy and perspective. Also, this skill has always been important. It seems to be another one that is slowly disappearing. The ability of our students to put themselves in someone else's shoes, to understand their feelings, and to help solve their problems. And there is a course on LinkedIn concerning this. And this is the difference between the empathy and the perspective taking as for example. So what we should do educators, for example, and teachers should use all the new approaches and technologies like flipped classroom, like gamification, the project-based learning, the differentiated pedagogy. We have a lot of new approaches in teaching, and we have a lot of technologies or information communication technologies like the Web 2.0, like the serious games, scenarios-based learning. For example, we have the augmented reality, and we have a lot of things, a lot of approaches, a lot of methods which we can use, for example, in teaching with students. And we have also to include all these skills, all this syllabus which I have listed now in our programs, in the university, in the school, and even in your program, MKBM program, for example, to prepare a student who is very prepared to the market or to have a job after that. And for students, for example, if these programs don't exist, for example, in the universities or in the schools, like me, for example, in my country, so we have very big diversity of MOOCs, massive open online courses, which we can find on Coursera, edX, Udacity, LinkedIn, FunMOOC. It can be in French, in English, in Spanish. Okay. And on these platforms, we can find a lot of programs, a lot of online courses. It's for free, and the students can learn all the programs for 1 month or 1 month and a half in English language, for example, and he can learn after that a lot of skills, a lot of knowledge from these courses, because he will be independent. He will be will depend on himself to learn all these skills, and that's what we need. And for example, for us, because I am graduated for Faculty of Arts, French department in Alexandria University. So, for example, for me, and because I am an interpreter and translator, we have now the AI, and we have now the computer skills, which I can learn to be a good interpreter or a good translator. For example, we have now the CAT tools, computer assisted in translation. So I can learn all these tools to be a good translator, or to be a professional translator, and to finish my work in a very short time, for example. And the same thing I have also for the interpretation. Now we have in the interpretation, we have many skills that we have to learn to be a good interpreter in the conferences. We also know that, but also we have the AI now, the artificial intelligence. We have now the KAI tool, the computer assisted in interpretation, which is a must now for the interpreter to know, to be a good interpreter, to be a professional interpreter, and to be very professional, as I said. And all of this is the AI which is used to improve my skills as an interpreter, or as a translator, or as a teacher, if I want to be a teacher after that. So the AI will help us to improve our skills to be a good professor, a good translator, a good interpreter, or a good one. That's all I can say for this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Very much, Dr. Dina El-Kordi. It's a very fruitful topic that all of us need to implement in our life and learning journey. either as a teacher or as interpreter. Now we invite audience to ask questions. Please deliver your question as brief and direct as possible in order to provide this session effectively. Okay.
Halo, Madame
We
Elfie, c'est
invite
moi.
the
Yeah.
audience.
Me, bonjour.
And raise your hand. Okay, we have Mr. Andi Wete Polili.
Ah, bonjour.
Halo Dina, bonjour.
Please,
Assalamualaikum.
Bonjour, Andy.
Ça
Alaykoum
va?
salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It was a long
Bonjour.
time we don't meet each other.
Oui, yes,
Okay.
yes, okay.
Okay.
Nice to meet
Est-ce que je
you,
dois parler
Andy.
français ou anglais? Madame
Quand vous
Elfie.
voulez, quand vous voulez. Si vous voulez parler français, pas de problème. Mais je ne sais pas, est-ce que les autres vont nous
In
comprendre?
English, it's better.
In English, okay.
Ok, c'était très bien présentation. It was good presentation. I would like to ask some questions for you. Talk
Yes.
about new approaches in teaching. It's very interesting. You talk about
Yes.
gamification, flip teaching, and then I would like to know what is the difference between gamification and jeu, play in teaching in the class.
It can be the same, gamification or game-based learning. It's an approach of teaching a course or teaching a lesson using the games. It can be manual games, or it can be games that can be prepared on applications. For example, if you can have the mobile, for example, mobile learning. We can talk now about mobile learning in the classroom, and it can be also games prepared on Web 2.0 tools, which means that the tools that we can have on internet, and with these tools or with these sites you can prepare or create a game. For example, it can be the hangman, for example, it can be a crossword, it can be placed in order, but it will be with games. And the games also, it can be manual games, as I said to you, if you don't have internet connection in your classroom, as for example in my country, or it can be also the series games, and it's another type of games which it's more advanced. The serious games means that you will prepare, it must be prepared at advance, and you will have to put the student, for example, in difficult situations. For example, and he has to have many, he will have many steps, and he should go to the next step, but before going to the next step, he has to answer a question, which is the series games. It can be like the immersive learning, which means you can create the games, but these games needs an application. We have the applications which are free on the internet, and we have other applications which are paid. So you will create the scenario. I will create the situation, and it will be with the augmented reality. For example, we have the person like in the PlayStation, for example. This is which I can tell to you about gamification.
Okay, it means that if it's like activity logic.
Okay, Mr. Adi.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. Maybe we can continue for the next person who want to ask the question. Maybe Mr. Andi will contact Dina personally.
Dina is my best friend. Dina is my best friend.
Okay. We come to next audience who want to ask the question. We still have about 4 minutes, so we
Okay,
can.
may I? May I, Miss
Okay.
Elfie?
Okay. Please welcome Mr. Rahmat Hussein.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, Miss Elfie. Okay, what a wonderful presentation, yeah, from you, Dina. There is something that I would like to ask related to also what Mr. Andy has asked to you, particularly related to the what the students should acquire all the skills needed from the universities or from internet. So to my understanding that this is this presentation is related to what the students in the universities, okay? Any kind of social media or application that the students should acquire. Is there any specific in Egypt, yeah, that different level of the students, let's say that from the primary school to the secondary school to university level schools, that should acquire at least what kind of application from the social media that they have to acquire?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmed Hussein, for your question. Concerning now the skills which I talked about, I think to fulfill all the skills, we have now LinkedIn. We have another platforms like Coursera, FunMOOC, edX, Google MOOC, and other sorts of platforms. And in these platforms, the students of the university and even in the schools, like for example preparatory schools, or for example the secondary schools, he can find a lot of MOOCs, a lot of online courses with his level, and he will select the level, his level, and he can apply to the course. He can enroll the course, and he can finalize the course to the end. This is for the courses or the applications for learning skills or to acquire all these skills. Concerning the primary schools, I don't think we can I think that there is a lot of applications for the students in the primary schools, like for example the serious games or the scenarios-based learning. It's equivalent to the school, to the primary schools, and to the mentality of young pupil. But I don't know platforms or applications for primary schools, because it's I am not teaching for primary schools. But for the preparatory, secondary, and universities, in all the platforms which I mentioned, we have all the levels for any course. And we have now, for example, for primary schools and the students in the primary schools, we can have now programming and the artificial intelligence courses for the primary schools. And we have in Egypt, like such an example, we have now all the primary schools now have integrated course concerning the programming, but it will be preparing for this for the mentality of the young people. So this I can this is my answer for your question, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. I hope Mr.
Thank you.
Rahmat is satisfied with the answer.
Thank
Okay, last we have one question written on the chat box. Okay, the question coming from Hera, Miss Hera. I want to ask a simple question. What is your opinion about the influence of artificial intelligence for the future of our children knowledge? Can we as parents hope for a better future? Okay, that's the question.
Oh yes, yes,
Now,
it's a
maybe this is
complicated.
the last question, I
Okay,
think.
I think it's a complicated question now because we have now all the students, for example, in my country, as I don't know if in the country you have the same problem. All the students now are depending on the artificial intelligence and on all the applications which use artificial intelligence. Now, for example, in my university, I don't have any students who can now write the essay, for example, or the composition. Now he is going to the artificial intelligence application and he use it. And after this, I found, for example, all the writings are the same, because they are using the same applications. And for example, for interpretation or for translating, I have also the same problem. All the students are now using the Google Translate, Reverse to Translate, and other applications. And the big problem is they have now a very big gap in their skills and in using the artificial intelligence. They are depending a lot on the artificial intelligence, and they don't have any skills now. They, for example, thinking skilled, adaptive thinking, collaborative thinking at all, which it's a very big problem at the future. And I think it will be the gap will be very big in the future also. For parents, I hope that the parents can control now the using of the applications of their children, because it will be in the future, I think it will be good at all. So the parents should control their students, their children, and the parents also should learn the using or the objective of each application. This is another gap that we have now between generations. We have the students which use the applications and artificial intelligence, and their parents are not aware of anything they do. This is the problem. We have to be prepared for the future, because the future is very it's very difficult. Yes. Thank you, Mrs.
Okay,
Hira.
I'm sure there are many more audience who want to ask the question, but we apologize, we don't have any more time. Maybe you can send your question to Dina after. You can contact the committee after.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
So from this session, we can draw some conclusion from the previous presentation. It can be highlighted that as human beings, in order to survive in the era of disruption in which technology and society are evolving faster than business can naturally adapt, we need to master at least 3 different advanced skills, namely cognitive and metacognitive skills, social and emotional skills, and practical and physical skills. Moreover, to be successful as a lifetime learner, we need to hold 10 skills, namely adaptive thinking, communication skill, collaboration skills, critical thinking and problem solving skills, personal management, inquiry skills, technology skills, creativity and innovation, soft skills, and last but not least, empathy and perspective. Okay, I hope that we all can not only know these skills as new information, but also can implement these 3 skills for the better future of education in Indonesia. We also thank you very much, Dr. Dina El-Kordi.
Thank you.
For the insightful presentation. We also thank the audience for the questions delivered, Mr. Andi Wote Polili, Mr. Rahmat Hussein, and Ms. Hera. Ladies and gentlemen, one more big applause for Ms. Dina El-Kordi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atul.
Okay, thank you, Dina. I
It was
return
an
the
honor
session.
for me to be with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I return the session to Miss Sila, please. Okay, Miss Sila. Okay.
Thank you, Ibu Syahrin, for moderating this session. And our big thanks, of course, goes to Dina El Kordi from Egypt for contributing your fruitful materials and brilliant ideas in this seminar. Well, honorable ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to listen to our next keynote speaker. Without further ado, now please help me welcome Esther Tari DLA from Hungary. Yeah, for this occasion, I would like to invite Ibu Dr. Widya Andayani M. Home to moderate this session. Well, Ibu Andayani, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Sisila Fitriani Damanik. Well, the Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, the keynote speakers, and all the participants in this seminar. Well, we have heard two speakers previously with the great topics. Now, allow me to introduce our third speaker, but before that, I would like to introduce our third speaker. Yeah, this is the curriculum vitae of Dr. Esther Tari, DLA. We can see here. Anyone can see?
Yes,
Okay.
we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Dr. Esther Tari, DLA, about the educational background. So we can see here that from the first that Dr. Tari has been interested in arts. Yeah, we see that here from the secondary school until the doctoral school, she spent her educational background in studying about art in the visual arts faculty in University of Pax. That is for the higher level of educational background. Well, what about her life? Her working experience? It is not doubtful anymore that Dr. Tari has spent her life in teaching as the instructor, yep, in the arts, yep. And then we can see here that she spent some years teaching in Indonesia. It is a big surprise, yep. We can see here, yep, in 2007 until 2010 in Universitas 11 Maret and in ISI Jogja also in 2000. This is the last, the recent one, 2016 to 2019. She spent her teaching experience in Faculty of Computer and Science, yeah, in the Department of Design and Visual in Universitas of Dian Nuswantoro, Semarang, Indonesia. And then as to our surprise that she can speak 4 languages, Hungary, English, German, and of course Indonesia. So apa kabar Dr. Tari? Are you here?
Terima kasih sekali kabar baik.
Yes, welcome to Medan. By the way, have you ever stopped by in Medan?
Yes, already once I was there, but long time, more than 20 years ago.
Oh, 20 years ago. It seems that you should stop by here, especially in Universitas Negeri Medan.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, as an artist, she has performed exhibitions as an individual exhibitions and as the group exhibitions from 2004 to 2019 in Hungary, Surakarta, Yogyakarta, Bali, Barcelona, London, and Montenegro. As a group of exhibitions in 2015 to 2020, she had performed in Hungary, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania, Germany, Croatia, and of course in Indonesia. The picture that I have taken here, this is the arts of Dr. Tari. Is it right, Dr. Tari? This is the art that you made?
Yes, it's a self-portrait, but in a modern way.
Okay. I took this from Google and then I saw that, wow, your work is very excellent. Yeah.
Thank you
Well,
very much.
now, without any further, we would like to welcome Dr. Esther Tari to explain about teaching visual arts, manual versus digital method. Please, the screen is yours, Dr. Tari.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank for my invitation because Bapak Sultan Martozet, who invited me, I met him in Budapest also a long time ago, and he was so kind to invite me, and I feel so it's a great honor for me that I can be part of this very excellent or professional conference or seminar. And oh yes, and I also would like to say thanks for the dean, Bapak Abdul Rahman Adisaputran, and also for the chair of the committee, like Dr. Zulkifli and Dr. Surya Masniari. And I also would like to say hello for everybody, and thank you for the moderation and for all of the organization. And it would be better, I think, if I could be in Medan, and hopefully I still can go there in the future, but also good to be part of this conference online. And I will switch on my PowerPoint, but can you see it if I show or no? Could you see my PowerPoint, or I need to do something different?
Not
Share
yet.
screen?
Maybe you
Not
should
yet.
make a share screen first.
Oh yes, I already find, sorry. Oh yes, I already can see. Okay.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, thank you very much. So because I am an artist, and after that or next to it, I am, so my profession is teaching visual art. I say sorry for the participants from other fields, like from literature, but I hope they also will like my presentation, although I will more focus on visual art than to other fields of art. And oh yes, maybe I need to make it bigger. Okay, and I didn't know that Miss Vidya will introduce myself, so here are again my introduction in nutshell. Yeah, the most important that I was from 2016 until 19 in University of Dianus-Vantoro. Maybe have you ever heard about Udinus? It's a private university, and I worked there when I had twin daughters, because from Hungary I can travel there and live there for 3 years because my children were small, and I already thought mainly I am teaching traditional techniques. Also, I taught traditional techniques in the Udinus, like hand drawing and also painting and printmaking, but not without computer. But of course, I already taught Photoshop or other computer generated painting techniques. And I also thought I will show you that I already visited the big mosque in Medan, if I'm not mistaken. This is that. But it was long time ago, because I visited Indonesia first in 19 until 99. So before the year 2000, with the Dharma Siswa scholarship, it was a very good opportunity for lots of foreigner students who would like to travel to Indonesia and learn there as well. And I already wrote a book about the Javanese shadow play, because I lived in Surakarta and Yogyakarta, and I fall in love with the shadow puppets, as usual, I think. And this was my book about the shadow puppets in Hungarian. And maybe it's also important that usually I also organize cooperation with Hungarian and Indonesian institutes. Sometimes they finished with success, and sometimes we cannot completed it, of course. And yes, so I would like to speak a little about Generation Z from the Hungarian point of view, but I saw maybe it's a little bit similar from Indonesia. I think only some points can be different. So the disadvantages are that usually people from the Generation Z, I forget to say that they are youngers who were born in 95 or 97, and until we count them, or we say that they are until the year of 2000. And they are usually individualistic, sometimes or more and more narcissistic. They are leisureless. Mungkin kadang-kadang saya bisa bantu dengan bahasa Indonesia. Artinya mereka terlalu suka sendiri, terlalu egois, mengutamakan pikir tentang sendiri. Leisureness is mereka suka jalan yang lebih pendek, yang lebih gampang. Lower persistence, itu yang mungkin paling masalah. So this is the worst, because for drawing and painting, or even creating graphic design in computer, you need lots of time and you have to stay there. But if you don't have persistence, how will you create it, or how will you finish it? So mereka tidak suka begitu lama mengerjakan hal yang sama. Short focus is from year to year worse. So this is also a big problem. Maybe this is because of digital influence, like my children also like very much YouTube shorts. And these YouTube shorts are only 10 seconds, and again come a new video. So it's a little bit problem, because usually seminars or lectures are 1.5 hours long, so 90 minutes, but we can only count with 15 or 20 minutes focus. So memang sebagainya sudah bilang, harus lebih interaktif dan main bersama. Yes, so maybe Professor Dina also told, and Professor Sjaval, that gamification is very important, and also maybe we need to divide this time, the lecture time, for section, and there need to be show photos, videos, and also speaking to each other, and also we need to change the working method. So sometimes students need to work alone, sometimes in small groups, or together all of the class. And conformist, it means that they are afraid of avoid trendiness. They are following status symbol, and they like very much influencers. So they following them. And lower empathy and emotional intelligence is maybe the biggest problem. But I guess maybe this is not so strong in Indonesia, because Indonesian people like work or be together. And but in our country, also in Hungary and in other Western countries, Hungarians are already earlier more individualistic. Ya, orang Hungaria dan orang dari Eropa Barat lebih suka sendiri-sendiri, dan mungkin ya juga sudah ada satu eksperimen bahwa di Hungaria grup yang paling efektif terdiri dari 2 atau 3 orang. Ya, only for an effective group work in Hungary, 2 or 3 people is enough. So after that will be some gossip maybe, or argue, I don't really know, but there will be some confusion or problem. And mental illnesses, these are the these are arriving from these problems, that the mental illnesses is also growing, and also students sleep less and less because of this lack of sleep, and also other problems. They will be overweighted. Myopia is also can be connected to digital area and allergy. But this is not a health conference, so it's already enough. And advantages, because luckily, we also have advantages. The first one is flexibility. So students now are more used to the other situations, and open-mindedness or tolerance. It's also good that you have this international conference, because if we can touch with other people from other countries, from other culture, we and the students also will be more and more open-minded and tolerant. And these children, so Generation Z and more Generation Alpha will become after Generation Z, have a quick response, and they think quicker. It's also because of the digital techniques. And they like new challenges, and it's not sure, because they like to do tasks. So it's better if the teacher or lecturer give them task and they can complete it. But in some situation, they also can be very creative. And multitasking is better for them, for not focusing for one subject, but for doing different things. Yeah, sorry if it was too long. So what can we do? I was listening to this. You can see on the below part of this slide, Dr. Anna Maria Tari. Her name is the same like me with the meaning dance, but she's not my acquaintances. And she is very well-known psychologist, and she told lots of, she gave the audience lots of advices. So the first, what she thinks, that the most difficult is to pick their interest. Ya, paling sulit untuk membantu agar mahasiswa memang tertarik dengan problem yang kami akan sampaikan. After that, we also need to remember that the online space is always present and has an effect on the offline space. Ya, kadang-kadang mahasiswa kelihatannya ada sesuatu, ada masalah, dan tidak kelihatannya ada in reality a real problem, but maybe they already messaged or short texted to each other, and we will not really understand what the problem is. And after that, they prefer guided learning and well-structured study materials. Yeah, or earlier time, so for example, 10 or 15 years ago, I went into the classroom, I gave a lecture for 60 or 90 minutes, and they were listening to, and they were interested, and maybe finally they asked questions. But now they are more, how can I say, maybe a little bit like they still in high school, so not in the university. I don't know how is it in other countries, but so it's better if I don't speak so much. I always say what's the most important. And after that, also important to showing with pictures for examples. And finally, maybe I summarize. So maybe this is the technique from United of America, that repeated again and again and say it as simple as possible. And during the study time, classroom interactions, yeah, they also like when we allow them to interact with each other. Because sometimes also a lecturer can see somebody speaking to each other at the back part of the room, but maybe they are speaking about, so not always they are naughty. Sometimes they really speak about the lecture, and it's good if we can interact with them, not only doing a presentation. They show favor towards playful learning and working in groups, as I already speak about it. Mungkin paling orang Indonesia lebih suka kerja atau belajar dalam kelompok. They need examples, lots of feedback from the instructor, and immediate gratification. Yes, it's maybe juga sama di Indonesia, kalau anak masih kecil bisa dapat stiker atau stamp di buku, dan sepertinya itu kira-kira sama bahwa kami selalu harus feedback dan bilang ini bagus dan seperti itu. Yeah, so and also banyak saya lupa apa namanya itu example. So we need to give them more examples because we will have then easier, we'll have inspiration. And they are good at completing tasks instead of creating something without guidance. Yeah, this Anna Maria Tar, who is a psychologist, also told that now usually her students creating very good presentations and also solve problems and creating or completing tasks. But when she asked them or questioned them, why you don't put your own ideas and where is your creativity? Why cannot I see it? They always surprise and they say, it was so much work. I already worked a lot. So they don't understand why they need to put themselves in that task. And verbal skills need to be developed. This is because also this generation Z and Alpha, they usually typing. So they sending lots of very simple messages, but they need to use language. Yeah, not only foreign languages, but also their own language, their mother language. Because how also Professor Dina told that they need to learn about behaving, so to see into each other's eyes and also shaking hand, but also how we can speak more rich in our language. Preferable to take advantages of technical facilities. Yes, it's also, of course, it's very important because also the conference topic is it, and using both verbal and visual information. Although the students maybe in your courses are not artists, it's better if they can do sketches in their exercise book. Ya, lebih bagus kalau mereka boleh selalu menggambar seperti doodling. Itu sudah juga banyak eksperimen bukti bahwa kalau anak dan mahasiswa boleh menggambar sambil menulis dan mendengar dan bicara, nanti lebih bisa ingat yang belajar. Dan mungkin ini yang paling penting, this is the most important, that instructor is a facilitator. So already is not like earlier. Of course, students still feel honor to their lecturer, hopefully and mostly, but of course seems to be like a facilitator, so only for motivate, not only, so they are doing motivation and guiding them, yeah, but not like earlier times. And why is drawing is so important? This is a new article what I found from the London School of Drawing, and they told the most important that it is a digital detox. Ya, itu kalau anak-anak atau mahasiswa menggambar, itu bisa selama 2-3 jam dan mereka sama sekali lupa dengan digital teknik. Ya, mudah-mudahan tapi sudah tidak pakai. Yeah, so it's very important to avoid yourself from this tactic sometimes for some hours. And this is quote from Julia Balchin, who is the director of this London School of Design. As a child, before you can even talk, walk, or read, you can draw. So it's often our first way of expressing ourselves. And this is good because it connects us to our haptic skills or sense of touch, appreciated for its therapeutic qualities and sense of flow it engenders, has the power to assuage psychological suffering, it told already Zhang Yangzi, who is an artist, and offers a respite from the relentless digital drain, relief from looking at screens, which we are so addicted to. It's from Roger Malbert, and translate the world you look at and your feelings onto paper, teaching you to look and look at the world differently. Yeah, maybe the most important that you can look differently, so more tolerant again and more open-minded, and you can translate your feelings, which is sometimes very difficult translate into verbal, also for adults and for people from literature. It's a big task. And difference between hand drawing and digital drawing, because when I taught in Semarang, some people already asked me outside of the university, of course, why I teach this old and traditional technique. Is it still important? So this is why I also thought I will put a slide in it. The process of thinking is different. By manual drawing, you need to have a plan in your head in advance, strategic thinking. So you know, if you're drawing on a digital computer or laptop or tablet, you will have an idea, but you don't need all of the details, because sometimes you can remove something or put away and later put back again. But if you draw on a paper with pencil, or even you paint or creating printmaking, then more important to know as much details earlier as possible. Yeah, but what is the advantages of digital drawing? That expands creative freedom. So mereka bisa lebih free, encouraging risk-free experiment. Yeah, juga bisa lebih berani, you can be more brave, and can have many variations of the drawing. Yeah, so more difficult to create more variation with only a paper with pencil, because more time, but with digital techniques it's very easy. And there is a new technical equipment or tool. This is hybrid graphics tablet, which is mix hand drawing and digital drawing. So maybe this will be a good opportunity for later. This is from a Malaysian researcher, but maybe because our time will finished soon, maybe I don't read all of it. But what we can see that it's almost the same, what I already told you. So faster the digital technique, more forgiving than traditional media, can be duplicated. There are endless possibilities. But what is the disadvantages? That no, you will not have original copy, is more tangible, so you cannot touch, you cannot feel, you cannot smell the smell of oil paint, for example. So no sense of touch or smell. And sometimes we can also listening or hear that it's soulless, yeah, tanpa jiwa. Then here are some examples for applications which already used in Hungary, but Hungary is maybe not so developed like other West European countries. But in some high school, you can also already meet teachers, visual art teachers, who try to teach and support students or pupils to learn about digital techniques. And usually it's good for foster spatial ability. Ya, lebih mengerti ruang dan melihat dan bisa pikir dalam ruang, then it's not only important for architects, it's important for everybody because it also will boost your creativity and also critical thinking, I think. So there are connections. And you will also understanding math connected to STEAM education. Maybe this is very important that with visual art, you can also teach other fields. So you can connect other fields like math and, for example, natural science, and also literature can be connected or other fields of art. So here are vector.com. Maybe this is just a harimau, a tiger, and solid Tinkercard. Tinkercard is also very good with this airplane. And SolidWorks apps for kids is usually used for students, but there are also another application for small children or for children. Collage Maker, I think, can find several, so not only this one. The Stop Motion Studio is also can be interesting, and Filmora Go when you can cut the pictures. And this will be the last slide. So hampir selesai. Saya juga pikir untuk mencari example how we can use it in high school, yeah, because it was for secondary school, and there is one example from Slovakia. Maybe not all of you know that Hungary was bigger before the First World War, but cut it around as a punishment after the war finished. So some parts is already consisted Slovakia, and this Constantine, the philosopher university, is bilingual, sorry, because their teacher also speak in Hungarian and Slovakian. Yeah, so this is why I put in my presentation, because who made this research, he is also a Hungarian person who was born in Slovakia. And he and his colleagues make so like a research, they would like to connect courses, interconnected visual arts and computer techniques. And we don't really can see, but here is an eagle, a Garuda, and there is maybe a magician, and they try to use the technique, but emphasize uniqueness, because they are afraid that sometimes the most problem with the digital techniques that it will not be enough unique. Lecturers completed methodology for teaching visual arts in electronic environment. Yeah, so they are also creating a methodology, ya, untuk bisa mengajar juga mahasiswa dan juga yang masih di SMA. Okay, dan yeah, thank you for your attention. I hope it was interesting, or I could motivate you for using also drawing in your classes, although your students may be not major in visual arts, and also for trying more developed techniques for interact them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tari. What a wonderful experiences that you share. Yeah, I would like to show you. This is the picture of my my daughter. Yeah, she likes to make it. It is 2 years ago that she made this. Yeah, and then well, I don't know. When I see your informations from your presentations, that the students like to make a scratch, yeah, suka coret-coret in the notebook. So that is what happened to my daughter, that when I check her notebook, that most of the notebook consists of the scratch, yeah, the doodle, something like that, rather than noting itself. So, and then I see that, well, it is a nice way to learn, actually. Thank you very much for your information, Ms. Tari. Now we open the questions and answer sessions. Yeah, from the participant.
Yeah.
If you have, yeah, any question, please. Any questions from the audience? If you cannot speak in English, maybe you can speak in Bahasa since our presenter now knows Bahasa, ya, Mrs. Tari.
Yeah. Thank you for showing your child drawing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
Dan
my
memang
children, yeah,
memang orang Indonesia lebih dekat dengan seni.
yeah.
Karena dulu waktu saya belajar membatik dengan canting,
Yeah.
dan kami dengan mahasiswa lain coba di depan Keraton Surakarta. Orang biasa datang dan mereka ambil canting saya dan memperlihatkan bagaimana cara. Sepertinya memang hampir semua orang Indonesia bisa tari, bisa nyanyi, bisa lukis.
No, not all of Indonesian people can do art, something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Only maybe more talented.
Yeah. Well, from your explanations about the generation Z, yeah, what happened in Hungary, well, it is almost the same as what happened in Indonesia, but there is a little bit different. In Indonesia, our young generation, this is the generation Z in Indonesia, like to have communal living. They like to gather around and then spending time, ya, like hanging out. Nah, kalau bahasa Indonesianya kerennya nongkrong, hanging out, nongkrong in coffee shop, ya. They spend more their times in hanging out in coffee shop. So that is what happened in Indonesia for the generation Z nowadays, and also the same as mental illness. Yeah. Recently that there are some cases of suicide from the university students in Java. Yeah, they are doing suicide, and so it shows that the generation Z nowadays are having mental illness, really bad mental illness, I think. Yeah. So what happened in what about in Hungary? So that is what happened in Indonesia, what we are facing now. There are some reports about suicide in students in the college. Yeah. What is your opinion about that?
Ya, saya kira mungkin di Indonesia yang sedikit lebih bagus bahwa mereka nongkrong bersama dan mereka masih dalam community. Tapi kalau di Hungaria mereka sudah lebih hanya pulang dan tinggal sendiri dan lebih banyak kontak hanya via SMS, sending text, or the other platform like Messenger. Maybe not so many time for hanging out together.
So
Yeah.
Hungary is more selfish, yeah? Yeah. We have any questions? Yeah.
Bu Widya,
Ya, Pak Wahyu, please.
ya, terima kasih. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia saja ya, Dokter Esther ya. Mungkin ini terima kasih atas paparan yang luar biasa ya. Kami tertarik dengan materi yang Dokter Esther sampaikan. Bagaimana kalau kita, ini saya nggak bertanya ya, hanya ingin apa ya, barangkali mengajak kerjasama kan gitu, mungkin dalam bidang penelitian seni ya, baik seni rupa atau tari atau musik kan gitu. Jadi joint research antara Fbs Unimed dengan kantornya Dr. Esther barangkali gitu. Nah, itu nanti bisa kita tindak lanjuti kan itu, dan barangkali nanti hasilnya itu nanti setelah joint research, mungkin sumber daya budaya yang ada di Indonesia, Medan khususnya, dengan sumber daya budaya yang ada di Hongaria. Nah, nanti bisa penelitian bersama, dan nanti hasilnya itu, artikelnya bisa kita kirim ke jurnal yang terindeks internasional. Nah, barangkali tawaran itu kalau itu bisa ditindaklanjuti, mungkin nanti bisa kita anggarkan atau kita sediakan waktu untuk tahun 2024. Itu Bu Widya. Ibu Dr. Esther, terima kasih.
Okay.
terima kasih.
Yeah. How is it, Mrs. Tari, about the opportunities? There is an offer, yeah, from Bapak Wahyu. He is the Vice Dean for the education, ya, education side. Jadi Pak Wahyu ini adalah wakil dekan bagian bidang keilmuan, kependidikan. So it is nice to have any something like MOU, yeah, with your college and then with Unimed, especially in jurusan seni. Pak Wahyu is famous for his batik. Pak Wahyu ini ada apanya ya?
Galeri,
Itunya
hanggar.
Pak, galeri, ya, galeri batiknya, and then design some batik for clothing and others, very nice, yeah. Maybe sometimes we can visit Medan.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you very much for your initiation, and saya mendengar senang dan ide yang bagus. Saya juga setuju untuk membuat research together.
Iya.
Oke.
Ya, untuk memulaikan. Ya, kadang-kadang masih ganti untuk bahasa Inggris. Karena sejak 2019 saya kembali ke Hongaria dan sudah lebih jarang bisa pakai.
Oke. Terima kasih. Ya.
Terima
Thank
kasih.
you. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Mrs. Tari. Well, because we don't have any time for this third sessions, and then we will continue to the last sessions with the last keynote speakers. So I am very sorry to finish this presentation with Mrs. Tari. Until here, thank you very much for your nice presentations. Maybe we can have next cooperations, yeah, with what have Mr. Wahyu said. And then also thank you to Pak Martojet for introduce you to our university. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mrs.
Okay,
Tari,
thank you.
see you in another occasions. We will go back to MC Ma'am Sisila, please.
Thank you, Ibu Andayani, for moderating this session. And our big thanks, of course, goes to Esther Tari DLA from Hungary for contributing your fruitful materials and brilliant ideas in this seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our next agenda, that is to listen to the next keynote speakers, which will be delivered by Ben Cook from UK. And the keynote speaker will be moderated by Ibu Islale, Ibu Dr. Islale Riani Indiapane. Well, Bu Islale, time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Sisla. Am I audible, Bapak Ibu? Hi, Ben. Am I audible to you? How are you?
Yes, I can hear you well. Yeah, very well. Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah.
fine. Thank you.
This will be our second meeting, right?
It is, yes. I think just a few weeks ago we met
Yeah.
again. You remember?
Yeah. So, yeah, Bapak Ibu, let me start. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, beloved colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our upcoming session entitled Utilizing Artificial Intelligence in English Language Assessment, which will be delivered by Mr. Ben Cook, Senior Manager, British Council English Corps. The honorable keynote speakers, Dean, Vice Deans, functionaries, and beloved participants, I am honored to moderate today's session with Mr. Ben Cook. On this very timely subject, you will be listening to a presentation, but before we get started, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time introducing our keynote speaker. So Ben is an experienced assessment manager with a passion for fair and accessible testing. With almost 20 years, Ben, teaching and assessment experience in Africa, Europe, Middle East, and Asia. He graduated in 2012 with an MA Educational Technology and TESOL, University of Manchester, United Kingdom. He also a certified TESOL, CELTA, Language Link London, and in July 2018, he was an English assessment manager and became a senior manager assessment development from April 2021 until September 2021 at Pearson Harlow. And last but not least, from 2007 to 2018, he was an IELTS speaking and writing examiner. That's, I think, a short and brief introduction of our keynote speaker. And as a part of the committee's effort, Bapak Ibu, to provide you with timely topics and interesting speaker, we would appreciate it if you would share your questions after the presentation, or you may type it in the chat box in our virtual meeting. Now, moving along to our session, please welcome Mr. Ben, who will be speaking to us on utilizing artificial intelligence in English language assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Pak Ben to deliver his presentation. Ben, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the really kind introduction. And also thank you to the Dean and the Chair of the committee for the invitation to speak to you today. As mentioned, I was speaking to a lot of you, I think, a few weeks ago. So it's great to be invited back and look forward to sharing some of the things that to consider when using artificial intelligence in assessment. So I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you can see this. So I think that is now sharing.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Great. Okay. All right. So as mentioned, we're going to be looking at how to utilize artificial intelligence in English language assessment. Just you've heard a lot about me already, so I won't spend too long on this. But my role at British Council English School, I'm responsible for managing the content and the scoring and the delivery side of the assessment. And so I'll be using English Score as an example of how you can use artificial intelligence, but what I'm talking about today is sort of more general than what we do at English Score. Is something that you could do in any kind of English language assessment, or indeed there are things that you could take away to any assessment, not just English language. But the context we're looking at today is around what we do at English Score. So I'll do a brief introduction to English Score just so you get an idea of the context, and when I'm talking about it, you understand what English Score does, and then we'll jump into the sort of the detail around how can you use artificial intelligence in testing, and there are a few different areas that you can use it. So we'll cover some of those before we jump into the third part, which is looking at how can we use AI in scoring. And I really want to sort of focus on that and show how you can use artificial intelligence to score productive skills like writing and speaking, which traditionally are quite difficult to assess and require a lot of time and a lot of expense to do well. And we can look at how artificial intelligence can actually help with that. Artificial intelligence can't do everything, but we'll look at how and what it can do and how we can address the areas that it can't assess. And then we'll wrap up with some questions. But briefly, let's have a look at English Score. So English Score is a global test of English language. We have around 2 million, a bit more than 2 million users every year, and it's a global test, right? So we have sort of users taking this test in 150 or more countries, and we're partnering with universities, employers, other institutions to use this test. As you might guess, it is mobile delivered. So you can take this test in your own home. You don't need to go to a test center. You can download the app and you take the test on your phone. You can take the core skills test, the speaking test, and the writing test. So it's sort of 3 tests that combine to give you an overall score. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But obviously, as it is mobile delivered, that throws up some challenges. You know, how do you deal with security? How do you deal with scoring? when they're not doing this, when test takers aren't doing this in a secure test environment, they're doing it on their own device at home. We want to ensure that the score they get is truly representative of their abilities. So this is one of the areas that AI can really help, is around the security and around the scoring of the test. The test itself is used for sort of general workplace English, primarily for graduating students, so students at university looking to go into the workforce, get their first job, and needing to demonstrate their English ability. And it awards a CFR level, and I won't go into too much detail around that, but essentially it's sort of from a beginner elementary level all the way up to an advanced level. So it's covering a whole range of language ability. And again, that throws up some challenges around the scoring. How do you score someone who's got quite low level English versus someone who has very good English? You need to make sure your scoring can work for both of those scenarios. And again, that's quite challenging to do. We'll look at how AI can actually help you do that. So as mentioned, there's sort of 3 different tests. One is the core skills test. You can see that on the left here, and that's assessing grammar, vocabulary, reading, and listening. So these are very much what we call receptive skills. You're not producing anything, you're reading something, you're listening to something, and you answer a question about that. Then we have the speaking test and the writing test, which are the more productive skills. So we ask you a question, and then we want you to give a response. For example, it might be a spoken response, it might be a written response. The challenge, again, is that's quite difficult to score. If you think about reading and listening, you can use a multiple choice question. The answer is A, B, or C. That's very easy to score. A is correct, B is wrong, C is wrong. When it comes to speaking and writing, it's open-ended. Someone could say anything they want in response to your question. You know, if the question is, what do you do on the weekend? You're going to get 1,001 different responses to that. And again, with the writing. And so the scoring for these productive skills is much, much harder to do. And this is the role that AI can help. So here's just to give you an idea of what the test looks like. You can see you get your score when you take the test, you get different skills. On the right-hand side, you can see the certificate. And again, that certificate has various sort of security features and gives you a bit of information about your ability and so on. But as I said, it's not really relevant to today. It's just to give you a bit of background as to what English Score does. But let's jump into sort of AI and how can you use it. And I want to look at 3 sort of key areas. One is around how can you use AI to actually sort of deliver the test. The second area is around how can you use AI in security. And the third area is how can you use AI in scoring, in particular, scoring those productive skills, speaking and writing. So if we think about a traditional paper test, I'm sure we've all sat paper-based exams. There's 100 people, they all go into a room and everyone waits, and then you get given your exam paper, and these are handed out. You complete the test, and at the end, everyone collects all those papers and they take them away and they get scored. And that's a very traditional way of testing and something that's been done for tens, hundreds of years. But when you come into sort of more technology-driven assessments, and particularly mobile assessments, you have a challenge around how do you control the test paper? In a traditional environment, those test papers are delivered securely, they're securely stored, and then they're given out in a secure environment. With a mobile test, in this case, English Score, anyone can take the test at any time. How do you ensure that everyone is seeing, well, you don't want everyone to see the same paper, because then you can start to cheat and people start to share answers. So you need to make sure that as a user, when you sit your test, you're getting a test that is unique to you. You don't want someone sitting next to you to be getting the same test, because if there's 2 people getting the same test, you can look at each other's answers. This is not secure. Remember, you're doing this at home. You can look at each other's answers. You can help each other, and we don't want that. So we need to make sure that every time a person sits the test, they're getting a test that is unique to them. But also want to make sure that if they take the test twice or 3 times or 4 times, which they can do, that they don't see the same test again and again and again, because obviously you see the same test, you get better at it, you can prepare for it, and then you do better and better, and we don't want that. So we need to make sure that you get a unique test, and we need to make sure that you haven't seen that test before. So one of the ways we can do this is around using AI. So we have a really large question bank or item bank full of different types of questions, and AI chooses the right questions to ask to that test taker. So it knows which questions you've seen before. It knows roughly what your ability is, and it will choose the right questions that you haven't seen and questions that are appropriate for your level. And it collects all those questions and then will deliver them to your phone and give you that unique tailored test. So it's a semi-adaptive test in that it understands your level and gives you sort of the right questions which are not too easy, but also not too difficult. And that's for two reasons. One, it makes it a shorter test, but two, I think more importantly, it's a better testing experience. You're not wasting time answering easy questions, but you're also not having a negative experience with really difficult questions. So we deliver that tailored test and we use AI to help choose the right questions to give you. You take the test, and then if you decide to take the test again, we choose a different set of questions. And so you're not going to be seeing the same questions again and again and again. And then we can also ensure that, there's security around how we store the items and so on. So again, we're trying to get as close as we can to that secure testing center model that I talked about at the beginning with the papers which are given out. This is that version, but in mobile form. So that's one way we can use AI, is to sort of help control and select the questions that are delivered to test takers. Another area that we can use AI is around security. And remember, this is a mobile test. You're doing this at home. You don't have people watching. You don't have invigilators or proctors looking at what's happening. We need to make sure that the test is actually being delivered securely. So one of the ways that we do this is we use the front-facing camera. And you can see an example here on screen where you need to make sure that your face is always visible when you're taking the test. And we can use AI to detect when that's not happening. So it's essentially using face detection technology to ensure that the person they're taking the test, that they're not looking up the answers in a book, or they're not talking to someone who's giving them the answers. And we can flag all sorts of things. So if people do go off screen, that can be flagged, and we can take a photo of that. So we use sort of face detection technology, which again is powered by AI. If someone does go off screen, or if only half their face is visible, we'll pause the test and we'll say, hey, hang on, got to make sure that your face is always visible. Okay. And then at the same time, we pause the test, we tell the learner, okay, this is what's happening, and then we take a photograph. And so you can see that we collect all the photographs of the time when they're taking the test, so we can see if they were alone. We can make sure that they're not looking at anything, and that gives us the security. So that gives us sort of security, the same security as you'd get in a test center, but we're relying on AI to help us do that rather than having a person. So that's another way that we can use AI, is around the security side of things, and using that face detection technology to ensure that the person taking the test is not cheating, not looking up the answers, or not asking for help. But the main focus of what I want to talk about today is how can we use AI in scoring? In particular, how can we use it for scoring speaking and writing? So as I mentioned at the beginning, speaking and writing are very open-ended. Normally in a writing test, you'll be asked to here's a question, and you'll be asked to write a response, and everybody gives a slightly different response. And traditionally, when you come to score that, you need to have a team of examiners, okay, who will sit and wait for the papers to come in. They will then score them. Those examiners need to be trained. They need to have a set of what we call descriptors. So this is sort of information to help them score the test. And we need to make sure that each examiner is scoring in the same way. You don't want one examiner giving very high marks and one examiner giving very low marks. So there's a lot of calibration and a lot of alignment required. But also, if you think about, you take the test, and then that test has to be taken away, has to be processed. It then has to be given to the examiner. The examiner has to mark it. They send back the marks get processed, it gets checked, and then it gets delivered to the test taker. So it might take a week, 2 weeks, 3, even a month to actually get your results as a test taker. And that's because it's quite a slow, intensive process to do this traditionally with people. If it's slow, if it takes time, that also adds expense, right? So this is one of the big challenges around scoring any assessment, not just English language, is sort of how can you cut down the time required to scoring, but how do you do that so that you get the same results as you would with a person? And one of the ways you can do that is through using AI. So within English Score, we have a couple of different tests. We have a speaking test and a writing test, and there are different tasks. Some of these are quite controlled. So read aloud and listen and repeat. These are what we call quite controlled tasks. We give you a sentence, you have to read it aloud. Listen, repeat, you hear a sentence and you repeat it back. These are quite controlled. We're telling you what to say, essentially. But the last one is much more open-ended. You can see the example here. Did they say what the last thing they bought was and why? And that's an example of an open-ended question where everyone will give a slightly different response. And that is the tricky one to score. Similarly, in writing, we have a range of sort of controlled and more open-ended questions. Dictation, I think many of you will be familiar with this one. Is sort of you hear something, you have to write down what you hear. Very controlled. Again, we're telling you what to write. But the last three, so answering a question or describing an image or having a chat on the right-hand side here, these are all much more open-ended and everyone will be giving slightly different responses. And these, again, are the tricky ones to score. So how could you use AI to do this? Well, if we think about speaking, for example, there are different things you want to test in speaking. It's not just speaking, it's sort of speaking, but broken down into different parts. So if we think about speaking, we have pronunciation, right? So this is how you actually say the words, what sounds you use, what tone do you use. We also have what we call fluency. So this is the second point here on the left. Fluency is essentially, do you speak smoothly? And an example of not doing that would be pausing a lot. So someone that pauses after every word, we would say is not fluent. Someone that repeats themselves is not fluent. Someone who speaks very, very slowly, again, would be less fluent. And so fluency covers that sort of smoothness, not repeating yourself, not speaking too slowly, and ensuring that, therefore, the listener can understand you. And then last one we look at is sort of communication, which is basically, did they answer the question? Did they give relevant and appropriate answers to the question? So when we talk about speaking, we're actually talking about these three different things, and those are the things we want to assess. And you can see that some of these things AI can assess, and some things AI can't assess, but we can do that in a different way, and I'll talk about that in a second. Similarly, with writing, it's not just writing as a thing, it's actually broken down into different parts. So we have language, which is sort of grammar, vocabulary, spelling, punctuation, all those kinds of things. So you think about the mechanics of the writing, if you like. Then we have organization. So how do you structure your ideas? How do you connect your ideas together? How do you make it easy for the reader to understand what you're saying? And you sort of take them on a journey through your text. And then lastly, and the same as the speaking, we have this communication. Did they answer the question? Did they give me relevant and appropriate information? For example, did they give me an example? Did they explain why they thought that? They said, I agree, but did they say why they agree? Did they give an example of how they agree? So we're looking at, when we talk about writing, we're actually talking about these three separate things. And again, we're doing the same thing in speaking. We're talking about three different things. Some of these things AI can do, some of these things AI can't do. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of sort of, whenever we're looking at AI, the sort of the benchmark or the standard that we're aiming for is, can AI act like a human, right? That's our sort of ultimate test. If I was to give a piece of writing to a human, they would score it. If I give the same piece of writing to AI, we'd want AI to be giving the same score as the human. So how do we do that? How do we make sure that whatever the AI score is, we agree with as humans and we think that's a fair score? It's actually quite a long process, but I'll take you through how we've done it, and you'll get a sense of kind of what's involved and how you can actually use AI to build up a scoring model for speaking, for writing, or any other test, really, where you're trying to test those more productive, open-ended responses. So the first thing we did at English School, but again, any organization will follow pretty much the same pattern, is we collected thousands of test taker responses. And this particular one I'm talking about is for the writing test. So we sent out a whole load of questions. We collected thousands and thousands of responses from test takers from all around the world. We wanted to get a good kind of representative sample of written language from around the world. So we collected all of those and we asked experts to grade them, to score them, right? And we asked 2 experts to grade each one. So again, just to make sure that we were really confident in our human scores. And they graded it for language, organization, and communication, those 3 skills that I was just talking about. So we had a set of thousands of responses. Every response had a score for language, organization, and communication. Each score had actually been verified by 2 people. So we were really confident in the scoring for those responses, and we were confident that that was a true representation, a true score of that test taker's ability. And then we took those same responses, and sorry, that gave us an expert writing score, okay? We then took the same responses that we'd given the experts, and we built a scoring algorithm, or like a scoring model, using AI, but also using human scoring. So we went with a blended approach, and I'll talk about why we did that in a minute. But we used AI scoring to assess language, so that's your grammar, vocabulary, speaking, etc. Sorry, spelling. And we also used AI to assess organization. So that's that journey, how you connect your ideas, how you take a reader through your writing. But for the communication piece, so remember communication is sort of, did they answer the question and were they relevant? We use humans. And when I talk about humans, what we actually mean here is what we call peers. These are other test takers. Okay, so other test takers will give input on the communication score. We use AI for the language and organization score. And we combine those 2 things, the AI and the humans, to give us an English score. And that gave us an English score, writing score. So now we have 2 things. We have an expert writing score, which is based on 2 experts who've been trained and calibrated and so on. And then we have an English score, writing score, which is based on AI scoring and human scoring. And as I said at the beginning, the key test is, does the expert writing score match the English score writing score? If it does, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, we have a problem. But the result is that those 2 are highly correlated. So you can train AI to actually score like a human. And your benchmark for that is, well, have a whole load of expert human scores that you can then use to train the AI to match the humans. So I think this is the key thing, right? We're not just using AI, we're actually training AI to mark like a human. And the instructions that we give AI are the same instructions that we give to the human. So I mentioned earlier that we give humans or experts a set of descriptors, a set of guidelines to score. We do the same thing for AI. We go to AI and we say, here's a set of descriptions. Here is how to score. Please use that when you're scoring this piece of writing. And if you do that, you get very close correlation. If you just ask AI, what score should I give this? One day it will say a 6, the other day it will say 27. The next day it will say 1. It doesn't have anything to judge it on. If you give it some control, if you give it some guidelines, the same guidelines that you would give to people, you get a really well correlated score. But that's what you have to do. You have to have sort of your experts scoring it. You want to make sure that your AI-powered score is really correlated with the experts. I hope you can still hear me. Hopefully you can still hear me now. I've just unmuted myself, so I think we had a bit of background noise, but
Yes,
let me know if you can't hear me.
Ben, you
Great,
can
thank you.
continue.
All right, thank you. So in summary, if we have a look at this, I talked about humans and peers. Peers are really good. Humans are really good at some things, okay? So humans are really good at assessing sort of real world communication. And what I mean by real world communication is sort of did they answer the question? Did they actually give me something that was useful and relevant to me? And also humans or peers are comprehensive. They can do everything. They can assess language, they can assess organization, they can do communication, they can do whatever you want, really, if you give them good guidelines and if you train them. But also, I mean, there are problems with using people when scoring, okay? Humans are not always unbiased. I think, you know, we've all had that experience where we listen to someone and if we're familiar with their accent, then we find it quite easy to understand them. If we're not familiar, then it's much trickier to understand them. And that's fine. That's, you know, that happens to me, that happens to everyone. And so, but that does introduce bias. Also, I mean, hopefully not, but there are going to be times when, you know, what you're wearing may influence the score you get, or what shoes you have, or you know, all sorts of things can introduce bias into your scoring. One of the advantages of automated or AI scoring is that there is no bias, right? The machine doesn't care what you look like, where you're from, none of that. It's just what did you write down or what did you say, and I'm going to use that only to decide the score. Another disadvantage of using people for scoring is that they're quite slow, and that's, again, as a former examiner, IELTS examiner, etc., I was quite slow, right? It takes time to do it well, to do it properly, and that's just the nature of it. Plus, we think all the processing, all the transporting and recording of the scores and everything has to go back and forth. AI can do this in a matter of seconds, right? So you're removing days of wait time, which is a good thing for test takers. Instead of waiting weeks for your results, you can get your results back in hours. Automated or AI scoring is accessible, so you can do this at home. You don't need to go into a test center. You know, traditionally, you would have to book a time 4 weeks, 6 weeks in advance. You have a 15-minute time. You have to be there, you know, half an hour early. All of this preparation and scheduling and so on doesn't matter. AI can do it in your own home, on your phone, and you can do 1,000 tests. You can do 10,000 tests. You can do 100,000 tests. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have your examiners ready. It's there 24/7. You take the test whenever you like. And the sort of consequence of all of this is that it's obviously much more affordable, because you're not having to hire people, you're not having to hire venues to deliver the test, or you don't have to do training for your expert raters and so on. So you're removing a lot of the cost, and that makes AI-powered scoring that much more affordable for test takers. So, you know, you can see here some of the major advantages of AI around the speed, around the accuracy, around the sort of lack of bias, and the scale that you can do this at. But that's not to say that humans don't have a role. And I think it's the combination of sort of having humans to do some things that it does well, and AI to do some things that it does well. And apologies if you can hear my dog barking in the background. But it's the combination of humans and AI where it becomes really powerful and really transformational. I think in the future, AI will improve. We're seeing it already in the last 6 months, how much it has improved. And so I think in time, AI will sort of take over and you won't need humans to do anything. But I think currently it's the combination that really serves you well and gives you the most accurate score. So in the interest of time, I am going to pause there. I can talk more about the sort of the human peers side of scoring, but I'm going to stop there and open up to any questions.
Thank you, Ben, for the interesting topic. Now, I believe that we have already got one question written in the chat box from Pak Agus Priyatno. Thank you, Pak Agus, for the questions. And let me read for you, Ben. It is, when artificial intelligence take place a human job, such as teacher's job, will teacher be exist in the future? So it's about, will AI or other technology ever take over the job of me or ours?
I certainly hope not. No, I think the world will be a worse place without teachers in it. It's a really interesting question. I mean, I think when you think about why do we have schools, why do we have teachers, is because education is a scarce resource. In an ideal world, we would have one teacher to one student, right? In the perfect world, why do we have classroom? We would all have sort of one teacher, one student, direct. But we can't do that because teachers are a scarce resource. We are rare people and we need to be looked after and treasured. And, that's why we have a classroom and so on. I think AI changes that in that AI makes education less scarce. But saying that, I do think there is still going to be a role for teachers. Teachers will be there to sort of guide. I guess AI can perhaps give you knowledge, but can it give you skills? Don't know. That's probably an open question. You need the teacher there to give you those skills, and we saw a little bit of that in the previous presentation, right? Of sort of knowledge is easy, but it's the skills to use that knowledge and understand that knowledge and transform that knowledge, which is the tricky part. And I think that's where teachers can play a role. Someone put it in a previous, and I wish I'd thought this, but I can't claim it for my own, is teachers who don't use AI will be in trouble, but teachers who use AI are going to be successful. And I think that's a really nice way of putting it, right? The sort of, we can't pretend it's not happening. It's happening and it's here now. And we've seen already students using this. It's how do we actually use this as teachers? How can we encourage our students to use it appropriately in the right way? And I wish I had answers to all of those questions. I don't think I do. But I think as a community, we can sort of work it out. We saw the same thing, maths teachers went through this with calculators 30, 40 years ago. Calculators were the end of maths. But suddenly we realized, well, we just teach different things in maths. We know that they can do things with calculators, so what else can we teach them? We saw it the same thing with Excel and sort of accounting, and again, maths. Sort of Excel was the death of accountants, and we know that accountants exist today. They just do different things. So I think teachers won't be replaced, but we need to embrace AI. It's coming, it's here. How can we use it? How can we encourage our students to use it responsibly? I hope that answers the question. That's a bit of some thoughts I had on it. Yeah.
Yes, if I can reconfirm, successful teachers must use technology, and in the opposite, the unsuccessful one will fail to teach when they don't use technology, right?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit biased because I have a technology background, but that's
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Ben, since we believe that artificial intelligence can help teachers in, for example, tutoring students, but AI cannot entirely replace us, right? For example, it cannot be taught by the AI like emotion, trust, understanding, those kind of aspects.
or just
are still
just working
impossible,
with
right?
other people, right? Working with other people. I mean, the advantage of the classroom is that you get that interaction and you share ideas, and AI can't do that. But sorry to interrupt you, but just give you a very quick example. As a teacher, we can spend a lot of time marking things, homework, essays, and that takes a lot of our time. What about if AI did all of that for us, and that frees up our time as teachers to spend more time in the classroom, actually talking to our students and working with them, and not having to mark papers and papers and papers of homework? That's just one example of how it can actually transform our teaching. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. I think we still have time, and while waiting for the question from other participants, allow me to discuss one with you, Ben. And I think this is still related to the previous presentation and previous questions delivered by Pak Agus. And Pak Agus, sorry, I hope that the responses have been responded well. Okay, we will listen to the topic discussed previously, Ben. The moderator, Ibu Widya, raised awareness of how the use of AI has decreased number of human-to-human in-person interaction. And it is even worsened by the suicide case found in Indonesia recently. And as we know, one of the common disadvantages of AI is that it is lack of human interaction, right? And therefore cannot learn to think outside the box, for example. Yes, we do believe indeed AI is capable of learning over time. For example, like with pre-fed data and past experiences in the application, for example, but surely it cannot be creative in its approach, particularly in assessing human-to-human in-person interaction, right? So what's your insight on this, Ben? What aspects of the language skills do you think are, because you are the designer, one of the designer in creating English Core, right? What aspect of language skills do you think are the most challenging one to design and why?
I think the really challenging one is around what we call sociolinguistic, right? So this is actually how you interact with people. And that's challenging, put aside AI, that's challenging just face to face. If you think about intercultural communication, there's a lot of misunderstanding. Even though you're speaking the same language, there can be a lot of misunderstanding. And I can say that, as a someone living in the UK, as a British person, when I talk to someone in the US, we're speaking the same language, but there's massive miscommunication just because we have different levels of formality and all sorts of different things, different ways of talking about a topic. My background, I used to work in sort of call centers in the Philippines, where you have people in the Philippines talking to people in the US and the UK and Australia. And the biggest challenge was that intercultural communication, right? So people misunderstanding, using the wrong tone of voice, whatever it might be, not doing that on purpose, but that's just different. And I think AI probably can't do that at the moment, or it doesn't have enough awareness to do that. What AI can do very well is sort of the mechanics, the grammar, the vocab, the things written down, or the actual words. It can look at the organization, but what it probably can't do very well at the moment is say, was that appropriate for the context? Was that the right thing to say at that time? When someone says, or very simply, if you ask someone a question and there's a pause before they answer, like a 1 second or a 2 second pause, that can mean something, right? If you pause before you answer, the listener will think, oh, hang on, they don't know whether they weren't sure about their answer. Maybe as a human, we're really good at picking that stuff up and reading the signals. AI, possibly not at the moment, but that could change. So I think that's one of the areas of that socio-linguistic interactive side of language, which AI can't do. And that's the value of that face-to-face communication. And, again, we see that all the time. Right now, if I was in the room with you all instead of doing this virtually, it would be quite a different experience. And that's, again, because of that interaction.
Thank you very much, Ben. I think it is just the time to finish the session. And before finishing the session, Bapak Ibu, allow me to wrap up the presentation. So the conclusion is the use and role of artificial intelligence in the language learning journey, and to raise awareness of how the design of language assessment may have two-sided, it's like a two-sided coin, a good and bad effects, and it is crucial to consider the quality and technicality of the design. Also, the presentation discusses the central qualities for useful language assessment and its guideline for creating the language assessment. And probably, if I may conclude by highlighting how language assessment should respond to theoretical, when you say it is sociolinguistic, I think it is more to the theoretical things, its technicality and contextual, right? When you say that speaking to people who speak English from other countries, so textual guideline for them to be useful. I think that's all from us, Bapak Ibu. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate Mr. Ben for today. And I'm giving back to the master ceremony, Ibu Sisila. Thank you, Ben. See you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bapak
Lovely
Ibu.
to speak to you today. Bye-bye.
Mimpi itu kan Ustaz. Tapi termimpinya ada mahasiswa kami gitu. Mahasiswa
Yes, Ibu Sisila, we have already finished the last presentation from Mr. Ben Cook. Now I'm giving back the virtual floor to you.
Gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have come to the final event of the 5th International Seminar on Language, Arts, Literature, and Education 2023. Well, as the first agenda of this closing ceremony, there will be an announcement from the committee for the participants who regarded as the best presenter of this seminar. For your information, especially for the participant who regarded as the best presenter, you will be awarded certificate as the best presenter by the committee of this seminar. Well, now I would like to call upon the chairperson of today's International Seminar Committee, Ibu Dr. Surya M. Hutagalung MPD, to announce the best presenter of this seminar.
Hello. Now I want to announce with the best presenter in each room. Room 1 is for Balkis Vandira. Where is the certificate?
Thank you, ma'am.
Could I repeat, yeah? Room 1 is for Balkis Vandira. Yeah. And now, room 2 is for Dr. Ani Holila Pulungan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Room
much, Ibu
3
Dr. Surya.
is for Michael Da Vinci Samosir.
Thank you very
Room
much.
4 is for Debbie Dirsky and Ayunda Wulandari.
Thank you.
Room 5, we have not yet found, yeah. Room 6 is for Dr. Daulat Saragi.
Hello.
Room 7 is for Dr. Rahmat Hussein. Congratulations for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh, masih tayang saya? Room 5, ya. Room 5 is for last 3. Congratulations, last 3. Now, I'll give you back,
Thank you.
Usila.
Thank you, Ibu Surya. Well, thank you, Ibu Surya. Once again, please give a big applause for all the presenters, the best presenters for every room. Well, honorable ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon the Honorable First Vice Dean of Languages and Arts Faculty, Bapak Dr. Wahyu Triatmojo M. Hum, to deliver a few words of closing. Dengan hormat, kami mengundang Bapak Wakil Dekan 1 FBS, Bapak Dr. Wahyu Triatmojo M. Hum, untuk menyampaikan kata penutup di seminar internasional ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. The Honorable Profesor Dr. Salgutom MPD, as the chair of Senate of Universitas Negeri Medan Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Baharudin STMPD as the rector of Universitas Negeri Medan. Dr. Esther Tari DLA from University of Pix Hungary. Dr. Dina El Kordi from University of Alexandria, Egypt. Ben Cook, Senior Assessment Manager of English Core from United Kingdom. All Vice Rector, Dean and Director of Postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Medan. The Head of Research and Community Service Institution of Universitas Negeri Medan. And all lecture, research, and teacher, student, and all the participants. Terima kasih telah mengikuti acara seminar internasional, the 5 International Seminar of Language, Arts, and Literature Education, hosted by Faculty of Language and Arts Universitas Negeri Medan. Marilah kita matikan puji syukur, kembali bersyukur pada Allah. Atas izin Allah, kita bisa menghadiri dan dari pagi sampai hari ini adalah penutupan kegiatan seminar internasional. Bapak Ibu narasumber, hadirin yang kami hormati, mudah-mudahan hasil seminar dan diskusi yang kita lakukan akan menjadi penguat bagi konstruksi dalam mengimplementasikan MBKM dan membangun generasi Z yang berkarakter. Bapak Ibu pembicara dan seluruh peserta seminar internasional yang saya hormati, dalam kesempatan ini kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua Bapak Ibu narasumber dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rektor, para Wakil Rektor, Bapak Ibu Dekan, para Wakil Dekan, Direktur, Ketua Lembaga, dan Panitia, serta seluruh peserta konferensi internasional yang sudah berhadir sampai sore hari ini. Marilah kita semua, kita Akademi Unimed untuk saling membantu, bersinergi, dan saling membangun, berkolaborasi, memanfaatkan kita di tengah-tengah masyarakat dapat lebih baik lagi. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sekali lagi kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang telah berkenan membantu baik material maupun moral sehingga kegiatan seminar internasional Islale yang kelima berjalan dengan baik. Mohon maaf apabila ada hal yang kurang berkenan. Sampai jumpa Islale ke-6 tahun depan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have now come to the end of the 5th International Seminar on Language, Arts, Literature, and Education, Islale 2023. On behalf of the committee members and the colleague, I, Cecilia Fitriani Damanik, would like to express my utmost gratitude to all of distinguished keynote speakers, guests, and all participants for making this event a success. We do hope that this won't be the last encounter for all of us attending this remarkable seminar. Thank you very much. See you next Islale. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat malam, gadis kecil, ku rasa esok akan jarang kembali. Detik-detik yang terus warawiri menuntut diri mengejar mimpi. Cita atau cinta yang dimaksud bagiku. Ada seseorang di bahuku menjadi jawabku mengejar tujuan